Check, check, check. Can YouTube hear me? If you can hear me on YouTube, please let me know in the chat. Thank you.
Good morning. It's great to see everybody here again. Welcome to day 3 of KohaCon22. So for those people online, I think you can tell we're in a different location today. We're meeting at Lawrence Public Library, and thank you to them for allowing us to have our last 2 days of the conference here. The Wi-Fi is just the library Wi-Fi, and you should be able to locate it and just get right in. There's no password or anything. The restrooms are somewhere out those doors. I'm sure you'll probably find them. Okay, so men's room to the right of the door, ladies' room down this way, closer to the entrance. We do have cords up here, so if you are coming up here to present, be careful. And of course, anywhere in the room there's cords, please look out for those. I hear that it was a good game last night for the people that went to the baseball game, so that was exciting. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our first presentation of the day. We have implementation and use of Koha ILMS at KCW Sidwan Kurd, a case study by Dr. Mahipal Dutt from Khalsa College for Women, Sidwan Kurd.
Hello everyone, I am Dr. Mahipal Dutt, librarian with Khalsa College for Women, Sidhwa Khurd, Punjab in India. So friends, I am going to discuss with you all the implementation and use of Koha ILMS at my own institute, that is KCW Sidhwa Khurd. It is a case study. How did we implement Koha along with its in-out management system? So I'm not going into detail about these things. We all know all these things, what Koha is. So I don't think there is a need to talk about all these things. So first of all, how did we plan? We prepared one PC for Koha server. We installed ourselves, not with the help of IT section or anyone else. Our own library team installed Ubuntu 20.4 operating system and Koha 19.11 version on that 20.4 operating system version of Ubuntu. So we played with the test system and got comfortable with all the modules of Koha. Along with that, we extracted data from the legacy system that we were using earlier. The data was extracted in Excel format. We also consulted other such related case studies, that how did they do all these things. So for this time, when we were comfortable with all these things, we thought of installing the system. So for that, again, we took a server, one PC for the server with a good configuration. The PC which was chosen for the server was having 4 GB RAM along with 1 TB hard disk drive. Along with the server for PC, we also chose PCs for staff client, one PC for OPEC, and one PC for user in-out. One printer was also required for printing the barcodes and other things. 2 barcode scanners were also purchased, one for staff client, means having at circulation counter, and one for user in-out at the gate of the library. The software requirement that we need were Ubuntu 20.4 that we installed again, the Apache MariaDB or MySQL server and Perl were required that were installed. One more thing that is required is a root connection. We need the access to the root and one internet configuration, a high-speed dedicated internet link is required. I'm not going into detail about the installation steps, as we all know how we can install Koha. These are the common steps that are taken. These steps are taken actually from Koha Wiki, Koha community. So we all know these are the common steps as we install Ubuntu operating system. After that, we upgraded that. We installed the text editor. We added the Koha community repository. We updated the software repository. Then we installed Koha Common. Code configurations were done. We chose MariaDB server, although MySQL can also be chosen for that database server. We secured the MariaDB server with the commands and with the password for the safety and security of the database. One Koha instance with the name of library was created, and we enabled vhost and Apache server, restarted. Local language Perl module was installed. And default master password, Koha master password was with the command cast server. Memcached server was restarted. We enabled the plaque. One more thing that is to be taken care of is that plaque should only be enabled if we have sufficient RAM. So after all these things, as well as we can access our staff client as well as the local host. On the local host. So when we access our staff client for the first time, the password that was extracted is required. The username will be by default koha_library and the password will be that is extracted. And we have to customize our library, we have to customize the pattern type, we have to customize the item type, we have to customize the super librarian user ID with the installation process. After all these things, means the customization, we will get the staff user interface that you can see in the picture with all the modules. For more customization, we need to go to Koha administration and we have to create the library, other libraries if we are having more than one library with the names and codes. We have to create all the pattern categories as we have created only one pattern category while customizing the Koha for the first time. Likewise, we have to customize the item types. If we want our items that our user should know the location, shelving location, etc., we have to define the authorities in the location with the shelving location. We also define the circulation and find rules for our users with various pattern categories and having various item types. So this was all from the customization and installation process. After that, we have to migrate the data that was extracted from the legacy system in the Excel format. For that, we took some considerations. The cautions were that we created the list of libraries, we checked our item types, we checked the pattern categories, we then mapped bibliographic data from our legacy system to Koha fields, and we mapped pattern data from my legacy system to the Koha fields. So for that, we use the MarkEdit software, and in the MarkEdit software, when we open, we choose the export tab delimited text in the MarkEdit. We chose the original data Excel file which was extracted from the legacy system, and we also gave the name of the output file to save the file. Next, we selected the tab delimiter and chosen the book from the LDR 008 section, and UTF encode 8 was encoded. Then the mapping of all the fields as per mark tag was done. Each field was tagged as per the mark records, the mark fields, and it was all the related fields were actually joined from the one tag. After joining, we can save the .mrk file. Once the .mrk file is saved, we can open that with the MarkEdit software and edit and delete uppermost two records, tag names and numbers. And then we can save that updated file in the .mrc extension. Then .mrc file is ready to be uploaded in the catalog. How we will migrate the data, that MRC file, into a database? We will log in with the user ID and password. We will go to the tools module. In the tools, stage mark record for import is there. We will choose the .mrc file and choose the record matching rules. If we are having any type of records already we are having in our database, for the comparison or to avoid the duplicacy of the records, we need record matching rules. After processing, the records will be staged. When the record will be staged, then we will click Manage Staged Mark Record. There, on the particular file, we can see the staged mark files. We will click on the mark file, particular mark file, and click on the import these records into catalog. Then all the records will be imported into the catalog, and we have to restart the Jabra for reindexing of the database. So likewise, we can migrate, and this was the process how we migrated our Excel data into our database, Koha database. Likewise, for the Koha in-out management system, these are the steps that were taken from the Koha community site again, with the github.com onkar2403/in-out link. These were the steps that were taken. I'm not going into detail of these things, as we all know. We all know how we can install all these things. So in short, I'll show you the output which we are using it in our library, the in-out management system. We are using it smoothly, and as we know what in-out management system is, it is a web-based application. It is used to track the patrons who visit the library. We will scan the barcode from the ID and log the entry time and exit time of the patron. The data into this application is fetched from the Koha database. So we can generate, as we know, that it has two interfaces. One is for reports, that is administrator part, and one is for user, that is to enter the records, the roll numbers of the IDs that our users have. So we can generate the reports as per our requirements for the exit entry of the visitors. We can report all these things into various formats such as PDF, Excel, or many other formats. So this was all from my side. Thank you very much for your patience hearing, and please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that presentation. And we're have about 10 minutes between our next highly anticipated presentation. And George, you said, George is not there. George had something he was going to say, which he could fit in now, but he's not here. So we have next presentation at 9. Any questions for Dr. Dutt? Okay, well, thank you for presenting. We're going to do another drawing for door prizes today. Christopher has a green bowl back there. So what are they putting their names on, Christopher? You got some paper? Okay, so you're using your own paper to make it distinctive and drop it in the bowl.
So there were a couple of people that were wondering if there might be opportunities to carpool to the airport tomorrow. And so I think the best way to do that would be to use the group chat. if you haven't gotten onto GroupMe yet, there's some tags at by the registration stuff to log into GroupMe, and then you can text each other over GroupMe and figure out if anybody needs rides, or if anybody wants to carpool right now and they just want to raise their hand, maybe you can talk to each other. So Jeff right there would be a good person to talk to, and I see some other people there. I know that we have a few. Robin is taking some people to the airport with the rides we arranged. I'm taking a couple people to Kansas City tomorrow. And I'm taking one person to Kansas City on Saturday. So, but if anybody needs a ride, just try and connect with each other. And it looks like there's a group right under the clock that's talking about their leaving time. So that's all I wanted to say. And actually, I don't know, Barbara, did you mention the other room? So in addition to this room, if anybody wants to work on anything together, we have room C in the basement. So the way to get there is to just go through. You can either go through the exit over here, that this goes into the main part of the library, and then go down the stairs and find room C. It should, I think they said it's straight ahead and a little on the right. Or you can also go out and go through the library. And feel free to, the library opens at 10 here. So at 10, feel free to wander around the library and take a look. It's a pretty nice library, so.
Sorry.
Just wanted to clarify on the drawing. If you put your name in a bowl yesterday or the day before, we tossed those because we didn't know who was going to be here today. So if you want to be in the drawing, you'll have to put your name back in.
Oh, we're not putting, I already said we're not putting our names in. How was the concert, Bob? Yeah. One, two, three. Now, Bob, can we open our notes on here or no? Because it's viewing the whole screen, right? Okay. All right, so let's do this. Let's get all of our things pulled up. So we're going to Koha, Bugzilla.
Hello. If you're looking for water or pop, as John calls it, I would call it a Coke because I'm from Texas. It is in the white refrigerator in the kitchen over here.
There's 3 of them. One of them. Oh.
Okay, we're here with our next presentation. This is the hotly anticipated, open to everyone getting involved in the Koha community. And I think if you've been lucky enough to receive the gift of Koha at your library, then this is how you can return the gift by getting involved in the community, bug squashing, learning about sandboxes, and all the wonderful things they're going to tell us about.
Thank you, Barbara, so much. We are very excited to be here today and talk to you about getting involved in the Koha community. My name is Jessica Zarrow. I'm the Director of Library Sales and Outreach at Bywater Solutions. Oh, wow.
My name is Kelly McElligott, and I'm the Library Accounts Coordinator, but also just a lover of Koha.
I'm Nick. I'm one of the developers.
I think we've heard a lot about this presentation all week, but to remind you all why we're here today, our presentation, we're going to really talk about how to engage in the Koha community. A lot of presentations this week have talked about Koha and getting involved and volunteering and how we can make this software better. And that's really what we're here to talk about today, is how to do that. Even every little bit helps. So whether you think making a comment wouldn't make a difference, it really does on a bug, or filing a bug, like I talked about yesterday, to say, I just want a search box. That's okay. That's how we're going to make it better. We're also going to talk about how to efficiently use Bugzilla. So if you're like, what is Bugzilla? It sounds scary. We will show you all the things about Bugzilla, create an account, make a comment. We'll talk about the statuses. And then also during that conversation, we'll talk about the development cycle. So what it exactly means in all the stages that you see it in Bugzilla. And then, yes, how to sign off on a bug. It is not scary. It is super easy. And we're going to do that today. So are we excited? It is 9 o'clock. There are donuts in the back. So you better get some sugar. We're here. Oh, I don't know who's next.
Okay, so the first thing to think about with the Koha community is our libraries. How many people out there have worked on Koha in more than one library? Woo, look at those hands. It's so important. It's power to the user. I mean, that's one of the biggest things we always talk about. Being part of the Koha community gives you access to users worldwide. How many people have also made a best friend with a country that you don't live in? Oh, I just want to get up and hug. You make these connections with people and you're talking to different users. You're talking to people about how they can connect, how they're using Koha at their library. You're sharing report ideas. You're seeing how they make tweaks on their OPAC to make things easier to use, and you're getting ideas. If you worked on a different system prior to this, did you have that same type of feeling? Did you have that same type of connection?
Yeah, I worked on Polaris before, and we're able to integrate with other people in different states and things like that, and just kind of hash out what you wanted to do differently or propose.
David, did you do like user meetings and groups?
Well, actually COVID was happening, so not really in person, but yeah, within like email chains and threads and stuff.
All right, that's good. That's what we like to hear. That's one of the things that we love about Koha is the community, which takes us to our next one. Having that inclusion, which we heard them talk about yesterday, being part of a community where you can share ideas and joining the conversation. That's one of the things we're going to talk about today, is being able to put comments on. It's not just about signing off, it's also about giving feedback, telling users how things work at your library, discussing the workflow, saying, you know, this works at my library or this doesn't work at my library. And then of course, the development process. We're really going to talk a lot about how that process works, how you can be a part of it from start to finish.
Maybe at some point during maybe a training or reading about Koha, you learned how Koha was created. You know, in essence, it was created by librarians. So if anything, this software is speaking to you by librarians. And it's every time I've been on it for 10 years, it is improved drastically by the librarians itself, like saying, wouldn't it be great? So remember that Koha was created by librarians for librarians. We're speaking for you through this software. So again, we will say this over and over, but the power is in your hands. Like it's up to all of us to say, wouldn't it be great? So we should just embrace this power. We could wear a little super cape if we wanted, and really just, you know, be that person that's going to make that difference, or say, I would love to see it. And then when you see it, it's a pretty awesome experience.
One of the great things about the community is having these gatherings. We saw this the hands a couple times. How many people, this is their first KohaCon? Well, that's incredible. Let's get a round of applause. There are so many different ways to get involved. There's monthly meetings on IRC. There are Zoom sessions that people hold, summits, hackfests. How many people have been to a hackfest before? I'm going to let Nick talk about that because Nick got to experience that live.
Yeah, I mean, the hackfests are great. It's a good time for the developers to come together, but not just the developers. When we have librarians there who can, you know, give us feedback and help us improve our bugs and kind of get that live, real time, it moves things forward so much, and it just really invigorates the community to have everybody together like that.
So, you know, unfortunately, we're not all together most of the year. So we have to figure out ways to communicate with each other. And that's really important to have those conversations throughout the year. Again, through a couple different ways, the Koha community has created that. You could do it through the listserv. Is everyone signed up for the Koha listserv? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, good. I can say, honestly, I don't read them all. Is there anybody that reads them all? Probably Liz. Oh, Christopher back there. Katrin probably does. But I do put them in a folder because I know if I get asked a question, I can refer back to it, because I know we get a lot of emails. But that's just a great way to get involved and to know what the community is talking about. For example, they're talking, the staff interface is getting a facelift. So that's a big conversation that's happening on the listserv. And I just want to be involved. I want to know what's happening. What are the changes? And again, I have a voice, so I can make a comment and say, ew, I don't like that. but I wouldn't. I mean, like I would, but I wouldn't. I don't know. Go to a Koha community event. We talked about the SIGs yesterday. You know, join a Zoom meeting with any of these SIGs would be an opportunity to also network, meet people, find out what other libraries are doing, and then just to get that, you know, conversation going in the Koha community. Bywater, if you're a Bywater partner, we have a Slack channel. That Slack channel is like on fire most days. The report channel is an amazing place to just like lurk and see all the amazing reports that are coming through. So if you're not on the Slack channel and you are a Bywater partner, come see one of us and we can sign you up. We're good. And now it's Nick's turn.
So as the whole point of this, the most important thing is just to get involved and to kind of reach out to the community. For the community, the main chat space right now is going to be IRC. That is where you can find the developers, other librarians, all of us live. There's almost always somebody there. Now, if somebody doesn't answer you, that doesn't mean that you're being ignored. We are all in different time zones. So you may get lucky, you may get not, but it's a good place to go, see who's there and just ask around. You can just go into the channel and say hi. If any of you want to connect right now, you can go to the Koha website, click on connect, and it'll take you to a web browser where you can be an IRC and just say hello to everybody. And it's a great place to ask questions, to see what people are up to, or just to lurk and kind of see what people talk about. There are monthly meetings. There are monthly developer meetings, and then there's Koha general meetings. The developer meetings, you're welcome to attend as well, but the general meetings are where there's kind of less developer-y talk, more librarian specific stuff. So this is Bugzilla. Before we get too deep into this, I just want to say, we call them all bugs. That doesn't mean they're all bad. Our software is not full of bugs. Bugs are also our enhancements. They're the new features. They're all the good things, sometimes the bad things. But Bugzilla is where all of that happens. So one of the first things you should do to get involved, I cannot stress enough the importance of registering, signing up for things. If you join Bugzilla, you'll be able to then go in and comment on all of the bugs that are there. We'll go into this deeper, but it really is, this is where you can have an impact directly on the developers. You can go look at a bug, see the workflows, and let them know how that affects your library. They will listen to a librarian way more than they will listen to a developer. I can go in there and I can suggest things all day long, and then they say, well, how does this actually work in a library? And I'm like, so it is really important to have your voice there. I think I said all of that. It is a pretty slide. I didn't talk about signing off a bug, which we will demonstrate to you at the end of this. We're going to have a live sign off. Signing off is kind of that first step in the community of moving a development forward into Koha, just kind of saying that it works as it should. That's, yeah. Where does it start? Okay. Like, where do I go? So developments, how does Koha get new features? How do these things, get into Koha? Where does the idea come from? It starts from contributors, and that's largely going to be the libraries and our partners, people who reach out and say, hey, wouldn't it be cool if Koha did this? That's really the first step. That's where all of you can get involved. You can go and file a bug if you have an idea about what should be in Koha. It may not get done right away. You may need to find a developer, bribe them with cookies. But filing that bug is at least a way to get your idea out there into the world. That way, when the next librarian comes along and says, hey, I wish Koha did this, then you see that there's two people. They go and they comment. And then the next librarian. And at a certain point, there's enough that you can all pull together and say, we got to figure out how to make this happen. So once you have that, you have contributors, you get someone to do the work. A developer is either paid or just does it for fun. Comes along, they write the code, then there's testing. So the code is submitted to the community. The first step of that is having a test. It's a sign-off step. And that's really just, you go to the bug, read the test plan that the developer has provided, or ask them to give you a better test plan. But you read the test plan, and all you are responsible for is saying what they said it does, it does. And it's a really low bar. Everyone should be able to do it. That's how I got started in the Koha community. I went to Koha in Reno, and Paul Poulin gave a presentation about how anyone can sign off on a bug. And I was like, well, I can sign off on a bug. And that's really how I got involved in the first place. Anyway, once it has been tested, QA, quality assurance, they are your friends. Sometimes the developers out there, we get a little sad because they fail QA and they say, you need to rework this code, but they're doing it to make the product better. And that's really the important step of this, is making sure that the code not only does what it says it does, but improves Koha. It doesn't affect anyone else's workflow. It's not going to make it harder to use, and it's just good code. Once that has all been done, sometimes from this step, it'll go right back over here and kind of loop around in this circle for a while. And that's not a bad thing. That's how we refine our ideas, rework them until we finally get them forward to the release maintainer. The release maintainer is basically the one who sits at the head of the code and just pushes all the new developments. They have the final say about each release, what's going to go in, what's not going to go in. And it's a great job if you've been involved in the community for a while. I've been a release maintainer. Lucas has been a release maintainer. We don't have a release manager, but anyone else been? Brendan's been a release maintainer and a release manager. It's fun. And then finally, they get the really fun job of saying it's released. So they push it out to the community. They make a big announcement. We see all the changes, and everyone is happy. You get upgrades. We love it. Are there any questions? Phew.
You're doing great, Nick. You're doing great. At the end of our presentation, before we go live, we will have a QR code, but we just want to let you know, because it's open source, there's so many resources out there, so many places to find this information. Definitely the Koha community website. There's a link to how to get on the mailing list, how to get involved in Koha, a link to Bugzilla. Jesse and I have done quite a few tutorial videos on setting up a Bugzilla account and doing the comments and signing off. And then finally, where you can find a sandbox, so a safe testing ground to sign off on those bugs. And quite a few vendors in this room have sandboxes that anyone can use, and we're going to use those today. Anything else? Okay, so this is the big moment here. We hope everything goes well. We hope we find the right bug to sign off. But what we're going to do first is just show you the Koha community page. If you haven't been here, bookmark this. This is where you're going to find any information, if you ever want to download it yourself, the download is there. This is how you can connect to IRC through this area, how you can get the calendar. There you go. There's your IRC link. There's your calendar. We can look when the next one is, Jesse. I subscribe to this on my own Google Calendar. And so it just shows up. Oh, look at the US, Koha-US events are on there too. Yeah, add to Google Calendar, yeah. And then documentation. Oh yeah, we wanted to talk about that. Included in part of the Koha community, the manual comes out twice a year. So that's a lot of work. David Nind right now is currently in charge of documentation for 2211. Is that right, Carolyn? Yeah. And he has a huge job. So he wants people to help him with that documentation. If you are interested in that, there is a group of folks that do that. And that's also in Bugzilla. So there is a different status or queue, I don't know what it's called, that says this needs documentation. You can even do that. If you go to the manual and you find something that is not well documented or is glossed over, or you think it needs more work, that is also something you can file within Bugzilla. You mark it as a documentation to say this is needed. And that's really helpful too, to say, wouldn't it be great if we had more information about this feature? Or it's changed and it hasn't been updated. Again, that's helping everyone who goes to that manual for that information. Oh, Nick's going to talk about the dashboard.
The dashboard is kind of the hub of development. It's a really easy view of kind of what's going on, what bugs are out there. And it just also kind of highlights our oldest bugs just to make sure that we're kind of paying attention to these things. Just an important tip up at the top, we've got overall bug tracker health status. That is a expandable menu. If you click on that, it pops down and it shows us all the kind of major issues right now. This is very good for developers and testers to focus on, because these are the things that we kind of want to clear up and move ahead. So you've got needs sign off. As I said, that's the first step. That's the testing. Needs QA. This is done by the QA team, but anyone is welcome to join. Once you've done enough, some sign offs, the community, if you can read the code a little bit and you can kind of understand that stuff, join the QA team. It's great. Needs documenting. This is the list of the ones where you need to go in and write new code for the manual. Easy enough to do, especially if you sponsored a development. Write up some documentation, explain to people what it does, how it's useful. And then over here, you've just got kind of interesting stuff, the last sign-offs and the newest features pushed to Koha. So if you want to kind of see previews of what's going to be in the next release, yeah. Scroll down a little bit. This is actually where I always come and I start, is right here at the bug statuses. You can click on any one of those links there, and that will take you to a view in Bugzilla of all the bugs that are currently in that status. So if you're looking for things to test, you come here, you click on need sign off, and here is a list of them. You can, there are lists, you can order them however you want to. You can add different fields and see it. You can order them by assignee if you have a favorite Koha developer, like, I don't know, Nick at Bywater Solutions. And you want to test off on their stuff, especially. Oh, wow, Alicia has a lot of stuff right now. Go, Alicia. And then underneath down here, Lucas and I were talking about this last night. I'm going to admit there's a little vanity here, but this is why I set up a Koha testing environment initially. It's because I wanted my name on these lists. I really just wanted to see myself here and be able to keep track of it. Oh, look at Kyle go. So this just kind of shows us an example of what everybody's been up to and who's been doing the things here. This name you're almost always going to see right at the top there. David Nin. Katrin, surprisingly, Kyle is ahead of her in QA, which is almost never the case, but that's amazing. And then down here, it's just more statistics for kind of the whole year. You can see that, well, there, Katrin's back on top. Ah, yes. Okay, so rescues are when there is a bug that was failed QA in discussion or in some other status that it couldn't move forward, and you have come along and changed it back to a status where it can move ahead again. So I got a lot of rescues, which sort of implies that I've had a lot of failed QA. But no, that's not true. I don't know what you're talking about. So now we're back to Bugzilla. Am I still talking? Oh, okay. So we saw on the other page how we can search. You can do the need sign off. You can also do a search here, which if you click on that will give you lots of options. Or you can just type a simple search in here at the top. So what do we want to look for? Holds. Okay. So when you do the search, it gives you a list. These are organized, it looks like, by assignee and then by status right now. So we can see all of those. New bugs, assigned bugs, in discussion, all great places to jump in if you just kind of want to talk about it. In discussion is where a bug goes when we say we need input. We need either ideas from libraries or developers. We just kind of need to unlock this bug. This is a really great place to have people come and comment, because otherwise things can get stuck here. Because what will happen is a developer will say, I need to hear from a library. And if we don't, it's not going to move forward. Oh, good call. Okay, so importance, this part we don't really use so much. However, anyone can feel free to change it. If you think that something is very important, go ahead and set that. There are no rules about setting these fields. Let me be clear. You know, be cool, man. But you can come in and change these things. Enhancement, this part we do pay a lot more attention to. Enhancements are for things that are improvements that are not affecting workflows. So they're not problems with Koha, but they're new things that we want to add. New feature is slightly above an enhancement in that it's a whole new feature, maybe a module, something that Koha has never done before. Enhancement is just an improvement to existing behavior. And then the rest of these are bug statuses. Trivial, meaning something that, you know, we're fixing it because it doesn't look right or something like that, but it's not actually breaking any workflows. Minor, very, you know, an inconvenience. Normal is just the default status for bugs. Now, when you hit major, that's something that is affecting library workflows in the real world, and we really need to address it. Critical and blocker. Critical usually involves data loss, and blocker means that something is broken entirely. If things are set to blocker, then we will not release, the release can be held for that. Like, we need to get that addressed in the next release or in the next stable version to help move those ahead. Ah, okay. So yes, every 6 months there's a release, usually in November, May. But in between, we have stable releases every month. So once a Koha version is released, every month we do a point release. So there'll be 2111.01, 2111.02, and that happens every month. That's the job of the maintainers. They work very hard to backport all the bugs that have been fixed in master and get those into those versions and release them to everybody. What else? Oh, there it is. Vote. I mentioned this yesterday. This is a cool feature that you can use. Come here. You get 30 out of 200, or you have 200 allowed. Jesse has used 30 of them so far. votes are really just kind of a way to indicate that this is very important to you. You can allocate those votes however you want to, just to kind of give a clue to the developers. It doesn't, it's not a promise if you vote on something that we're going to take care of it. However, it does allow us to do a search and order by the number of votes. So we can see if there is a feature out there that has a lot of librarians saying, we want this. That may be something that we look at as a developer that we want to try to get funded, or just kind of to do when we have a little free time, depending on what it is. Yeah, so change sponsored, that is when a library or consortium or individual has paid for development. That just indicates that this is probably something that is going to move ahead. Changes that aren't sponsored, you're kind of at the whim of the community waiting for somebody to find it. But a sponsored change usually means that somebody has paid for this, we're actively working on it and is going to move ahead. When you sponsor things too, your name ends up in the Koha release notes, your name ends up in the about page on Koha saying that you have sponsored something. So it's a good way to just acknowledge that everyone who's contributed to Koha is there. Oh, okay. So CC list. Once you're signed in, because of course you've registered, everybody registers for everything. No one forgets. When you come and look at a bug, without even having to make any changes on the bug, that little add me to CC list box will be checked. And all you have to do is hit save changes and you will be subscribed to that bug. Every time there's a change, an update, you will get an email that tells you what's going on with that. So it's a real good way to, if you're not ready to comment, just come in and follow the bugs that you want to see. You can then at least be involved. And when it gets to a point where maybe they have a question and you have an answer, that's a good place to jump in. Oh, do it, Kelly. Oh, let's go back. Okay, so, all right. So these two sections, depends on means that there is another bug that this code is being developed on top of. So that somewhere somebody else has written code and you need to have that code before this one can go on. When a bug depends on another bug, then it blocks that bug. So this means that 17873 depends on, 18042. So it's just kind of which way does that relationship go. So if we go to 17873, it will say depends on 18042. So these bugs are kind of tied together and one can't move ahead without the other. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, what Liz asked is if I wanted to explain the difference between developer speak and normal human speak, roughly. A lot of things in Koha, they were originally named the database tables got names. In the database, holds is called reserves. So when developers talk about reserves and we file bugs, we're probably going to put reserves in the name. Whereas when a librarian comes here, they're probably going to put holds in the name. Somewhere there is a wiki page that has the preferred terminology, which I think will list some of the things that developers say and what actually should be said. And some of that too kind of goes into when you're talking about filing the bug, considering what keywords you want to put into it. But that's a big issue, Liz. It is important to remember to think about different ways that you could say the same thing to kind of look for it. Is that covered? Okay. Do you have a bug that you want to file, Kelly? Yeah.
Yesterday, I talked about adding a bug for a search on my plugin page. So I thought this would be a good example so we can walk through those steps because it may sound very overwhelming. So Jesse just went ahead and once you're signed in, you have to be signed in, register, it's all free. And go ahead and create a new one, pick Koha. The next big thing is the component. Sometimes I'm wrong when I pick my component because I'm not sure, but there are people like Katrin and other developers that will come in and correct it if it's in the wrong component. So this could be plugin architecture, but I also think it could be administration, because really all I'm doing is adding a search box to the page. System administration, perfect. Then once I pick that, I will see the description. So if I think I'm in the right place and I read the description, I'm like, no, not so much. Now, for version, it currently doesn't exist. So I could just say master. It's right now, nothing exists for a search option in the plugin page. Severity, Nick talked about those. I'm going to pick enhancement, and that's really all I'm going to do in that top half. What I love about putting in the summary, this is that title of my enhancement. As I start to type, Koha is going to give me choices to say, is it one of these before I file a duplicate bug, which is super helpful to know if it already exists out there. And maybe what I searched originally, I couldn't find it, but as I start to create a title, the Bugzilla figured out that it already exists. Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. I think description is the most important part, is to be as clear as you can to tell the developer what you want to say. Now, you know, when I learned, it was like, make sure you identify the page you're on. So like that URL of admin.pl or something like that. So to say, I'm on this page and I would like to add a search box. So Jesse's going to pop in there so we make sure I'm in the right PL. So it's under administration. Perfect. Oh, see, plugins/plugins-home. So I may just say, it would be great for Koha to include a search option on this page to allow the user to search the plugins that currently exist on the system or imported in the system. Great job typing, Jesse. It's at least you have two hands. Maybe put existing. Yeah. Again, we're trying to make sure that we're clear on what we're looking for. If I experience more of a minor bug, I may do the steps that I went through to get to the point where I said, this is a bug. So I started here, I did this, and then this is what happened. So instead, I don't really have a workflow other than to say on this page, it would be great. And Jesse's going to go ahead and do steps 2. Oh, and I could add a screenshot. I could add an attachment that also could help a developer understand what I'm trying to explain. Has anyone filed a bug in the room? I'm sure there's quite a few of you. Yay, good job, good job. Okay, and then all you have to do is hit submit. Because Jesse's logged in, she is automatically going to be CC'd on that bug automatically. And then from there you can, yeah, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing me. There I am. Okay. Oh.
That search, as you see, it does autocomplete. You can feel free to add people who you think will be interested. Please don't tag me on every bug in the world, but if you do have one that is relevant, yeah, you can go ahead and throw somebody's name in there just to get their attention.
Look, George already responded. What did he say?
I just added a comment that
Okay.
said, I agree.
And usually on this, I will just go ahead and hit throw away my changes and revisit it so that you don't undo George subscribing to the bug. We want to leave that there. We just also want to add our thing. So don't be scared if you see a mid-air collision. It just means that somebody else is loving the same bug you are. We're all hugging it.
In addition to voting, comments are also good to say, I agree, but wouldn't it be also good if, you know, things like that, to maybe do a little, what is that called? Creep? Scope creep, and be like, that would be good, but like a little bit more too. So. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Come on up. Be part of the community. Woo, woo.
This is an example of kind of what I talked about in the keynote to the KohaCon conference that I did. This was a bug that Nick wrote a patch. He wrote this bug and he said, sometimes you may want to report to have an all option. And so Nick had developed this patch where he said, you know, when you're writing a report, it all would just be the option at the top, and then all of the, like for branches, you would see an option that said all, and then you would have a list of all the branches underneath. And I said, I really like that idea, but I have some reports that if you run them for all, the report's going to crash because we've got 55 libraries. And if you try and do some of the reports for all the libraries, they're just going to fail because it's too much data. And so I said, I like this, but could all be optional? And so then an hour later, Nick wrote back and he had rewritten the patch. And he said, in order to get the all option, you have to add like a colon to your SQL parameter to get that all option to come in there. And then he wrote it so fast that I didn't even get a chance to sign off on it. Lizette at Latah County signed off on it because this was something that I had wanted for a long time, and Nick made it happen just like in a couple hours. So good job.
Thanks for sharing, George. That's awesome. Good job.
The system works.
The system works. Okay. So we are, let's hit the sandbox link on the wiki link. This is also included in the presentation, just where you can find the sandboxes, a little bit about sandboxes as well. So a nice information page and those links to those available sandboxes. Documentation, step-by-step. I'm going to talk about when the sandboxes are down.
Sometimes it happens.
Sometimes it happens.
Jump in IRC.
Go into IRC and tell somebody.
Don't get nervous. Don't get scared.
It's not it happens, but it won't be known about until somebody tells somebody. So make that your mission to say, oh, I'm going to let somebody know because we all depend on these. Oh.
I just wanted to make sure, does everyone know what a sandbox is? The idea is that the sandbox is kind of a protected area, like a sandbox on a playground, where you can sit and play around with things and it's not going to affect the real world. So you can go in there, make changes. While you can use them, sign off for bugs, you can also just spin up a sandbox if you want to test out features. It is a great place to come and explore with Koha things that you don't want to do on your production system, especially if you don't have a test system.
Okay, so here we are in the sandboxes. Can you go to the other sandbox? Because I can't use a create option there. Yeah. So up at the top, you can see sandboxes. We can see any existing sandboxes that are out there. They do have an expiration date. So once you create it, you just have a few days. Now you can, of course, renew that, but just know that they do expire. When you go ahead and create, very easy, your name. This is going to be useful when you sign off on that bug. That will be attached to your name, your email, so we know you are a person. The sandbox name, very specific. Don't do a lot of stuff. It's like a couple letters or just lowercase. The bug number And then everything else is fine except for the security question.
The bug number, if you put that there, that will automatically apply the patches from that bug when it creates the sandbox. You can also put the word master there, and that will give you a current development Koha with no extra patches applied.
I thought you could just do nothing there.
Oh, maybe it's just
That nothing if you want. Oh, there was a question. Yeah. And that would be, you could use that to say, oh, I saw that 22, oh, whatever, 2211 has this new thing I want to try out. Okay. It's going to take just a few minutes generally. Once the sandbox has been created, so we filled it with sand, you're going to get those two boxes, staff and OPAC, and that's going to give you a direct link to that newly created sandbox. Oh, the login, which it tells you on the sandbox page, is going to be Koha. So username and password the same. There's a very small amount of data in the sandbox. And then once you are in there, you can go ahead and follow that test plan. Lucas filed a bug this morning, so we're going to go ahead and do that. Let's look at the bug first. 3. Fix 1A. No 8s at all. So this says material specified note should include an ID on both the check-in and checkout page. Ooh, sounds exciting. So Lucas created this bug and also gave us this on comment 2 or comment 1, the test plan to test, apply patch. That's what you've done by creating the sandbox. You're applying the patch that he's created. Find an item and add a material specified note to it. So we're going to go over to our sandbox, grab a record within the system. We're not going to have all the hot new releases in this database. You're going to search something super simple. There we go. We're going to grab an item. Oh, there is, it's already in there. This is a material specified slot. Okay, what's the next step? Add this CSS to the internet user CSS system preference. So we're not going to go to the Koha administration. This is why it's really important to know steps are important. So you know exactly what to do and what to add. Internet user CSS. There it is. We've pasted that in. Wow. Great job, Jesse. Lucas, thank you. What's the next step? Oh, Edna. We're going to check. I didn't know that was a step. Check it in, check it out. Because we want to see that material specified. Wow. Do we love the red? This is where we might comment and be like, wow, that's a lot of red.
Does it have to be white? Is it accessible?
Is it accessible, Lucas? It doesn't have to be red. We could change, and that could be a comment. You could fail it and say, I mean, we wouldn't, but we would. Just saying. Okay, so we went through the entire test plan, Jesse, or we have to do one more step? We have to check it in because we want to see it in both the checkout page and the check-in page. Oh, that's a little bit better, but not as clear as the red. Is it not the same message? Yeah.
It is. Okay, a great example.
It's a great example. Hooray, sign off.
Shouldn't have read. Okay, well,
Oh, it looks, Owen already signed it off. Thanks, Owen. That's okay. It's fine if somebody else has signed off on it, but you still want to do it, you can do that. You can still walk through the steps yourself.
but I think we're gonna have to fail it because it says here, the background of the material.
And the check-in note wasn't read. So we could add a comment and say, I'm sorry, Lucas. It's a really good example.
Don't feel bad about failing QA on things. I know we were up here looking regretful. We're like, oh no. But because we know Lucas, but really failing QA is a way to tell the developer this isn't working. If you leave it at signed off and you just put a comment that says, hey, this didn't work for me, the developer may not notice that as much as noticing that our bug is in a failed QA status and knowing that we have to do something to move it forward. So yeah, we're not sad about it. We're not mad about it. We appreciate it. I'm just declaring that for every Koha developer. So in this case, it worked, but not where it said it should. It worked on one page, but it didn't work on the other page. So you could fail it. And yes, if you test it and you were like, this red is awful, you can fail it. And you can just say, that red really bothers me. And in this case, Lucas would see that and he would say, hey, it's just the CSS. We can make it blue if you want. Correct. The red in this case is an example of the fact that you can apply CSS to it. But what I want to be clear is that's clear to Owen, who does a lot of design. That's clear to me because I do development. If it's not clear to you, fail QA, because we need to write test plans that are clear for the users, not for us. Sorry, Lucas.
The sandbox and just show the steps if we could pass it or the actions that are involved in here. So we went into whichever one we were in. Under this action, there is a drop-down menu that would allow us to do a few things, because there's a few steps that you might find in a test plan, like you have to do a re-index or you have to refresh the schema. There is one that says sign off on patches, and the next one below that was renew the sandbox, which would give you more time. You spun it up, but you didn't have time to finish it. There are some bugs that have a long test plan and you want to make sure you do it yourself. And then again, you're going to give your name. I think the hardest part for me was the number of patches to sign off on. And so that is something you're going to find in the bug where the patches are. And that's it. Yeah. Can we pop over there to any bug and just show the very top? Oh, a little bit lower, a little bit lower, a little bit lower. This is one patch. So you could have more than one, but that's one patch. So I know I'm going to sign off on this one patch. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, that seems super reasonable. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the first question I have, since we're still right here with the sandboxes and all that, what if you come across a test plan that says something like prove, and then there's a long, if it has steps in it that you don't understand and that you can't do in the sandboxes, what do you do then?
Great question. I'm going to pass that over to Nick.
You sure, Kelly?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay. So what I usually suggest in those cases is test everything that you can, do the parts that you can, and you can just say what you didn't. Now, approve, those are specifically unit tests. The unit tests are code that we write that can run and check that everything works as it's supposed to. It's essentially automated testing. And it's generally lower level testing. It's not kind of front end testing, but it's testing that back end to make sure that all the changes make sense. That is really a QA step. Developers will put that there because without that step, QA will fail our bugs, but it is not necessary for the sign off to do a prove step. And if there's anything that you're like, I tested on a sandbox, so I couldn't do X, Y, and Z, you can just say that and still sign it off. Oh, you can comment on the bug, or you could go into IRC and ask someone, hey, how do I do this?
I knew the answer. I just wanted to make sure everybody else had the opportunity to hear you answer the question. And then on the YouTube feed, somebody earlier on asked the question, what if you're filing a bug that's already been filed? What happens then?
Yes. So one of the things you can do if you just scroll down here, Kelly, is you have go back up a little bit to the box. Yeah, there you go, the comment box. In these statuses, one of the options you can do is change it to resolved. And when you click resolved, you're going to get a second little pop-up box. Go ahead and click that. And it gives you these options. So one, if you come into Bugzilla and you realize that you have, there's a development that you paid for or something that you just noticed in Koha, and you see there's a bug open that says, hey, it would be nice if it does this, go ahead and mark it fixed. If you find something that's already been dealt with. The one we're looking for in this case is duplicate. So if you file a new bug and you find that there's an old bug with the same idea, you click on that duplicate, and now it's going to give you a number. And you just pick one of the two. It doesn't really matter which one. Generally, we pick the one that either has more information or more comments. Like if one just describes the bug and the other says how to recreate it, let's keep the one that says how to create it. And when you type that bug number in there, it will close this bug. And on the other bug, it will link them together to say that that was a duplicate of this one.
That's great to know. I think what the person was really asking is, should I be afraid of accidentally filing a duplicate? So
no. No, again, like I do it all the time. I have come in here. There have been times where I have come in and I've been like, I want to fix this thing, and I file a patch only to find out that Lucas has already filed a patch and Owen has already signed off on it and Brendan has already QA'd it. Because you can't be aware of everything that's going on in the community, and we don't expect you to. We understand that librarians are librarians, not developers. So we really want your input, but we also value your time, and we know that it is important. So do not be afraid of commenting. If you don't understand the test plan, ask. No one will get upset about it. We want you there. We are a very inclusive community who's happy to have your input. So don't be afraid. None of us are mean. None of us are mean. So the question was, is only one sign off needed per bug? Yes, as long as it doesn't fail QA again. Sometimes the bug will get signed off and the QA team will have questions maybe about how it works or if a library wants it. So they may say, I'd like to see a second sign off here. But generally, yes, just one. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was just going to repeat it, but it's getting long. Thanks, George.
You're not supposed to sign off on your own bugs, but Lucas has filed a bug on my behalf as a librarian. Can I test the bug and sign off on his bug, even though it really is mine? I just didn't write it.
Yes. You can't sign off on a bug that you've written, and in a company, you can't sign off on each other's bugs, basically so that Lucas and I and Kyle can't get together and just push a bug through the community process without outside involvement. As someone who has, asked Lucas for the bug and commented, you are an interested party. You care if it works or not. So yeah, you can sign off on that because we know that you want it to work right.
Just a comment about writing, submitting a new bug. I always find that if you're doing a bug like interlibrary loans, I always put both ILL and interlibrary loans as one word and the 3 words, because if people are searching, they're often they search for ILL. And if you've written into library loans, they don't find it. And same with holds and reserves, really. I tend to put both words in the comment, somewhere in the comment section, so it's findable.
Thank you.
This is sort of a deeper existential question. So our library went through COVID, and we went through COVID without a director. I'm sorry, I'm going to get a little emotional. So for 2 years, we had no direction. We had this wonderful product. Nothing could be done with it. And then for another year, we had no cataloger. So my mentality has been, I just live with it. If it's if it's uncomfortable, if it's unusual, if it's I just live with it. I'm trying to really hard to not only break out, but get the rest of my people to break out of that mentality. So how do I do that? Like, do I need to go to a therapist, or do I just need to like talk to you guys more, or go out for a beer occasionally? You can come up to the northwest corner of Connecticut. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how to like break out of that mentality.
Yeah, that's a big question. And thank you. But what I will say though is that we went out to dinner the other night, and we talked about one of the bugs that you had out there, and you were explaining how you hadn't like paid attention, but talking to me, you kind of realized like, hey, I can just have a conversation about. I mean, I hope you did. I hope that's yeah. And so that's sort of the point, is that that's kind of what we're trying to say here, is just we are a community, and we are here for you when you're ready. When you're not ready, we understand. We'll give you space. But if you ever, you can even just reach out to us if you just want to talk. Slack, IRC, if you just want to chat with the community and see things, go ahead. And I think that the only thing that I know that we can do is try to show you that we are friendly people, and that we want to help genuinely. We really care about this product. Yeah. I'm gonna stop before I get emotional too.
Be sure to come to a Koha-US special interest group, and there'll be people there that can help you.
Yeah, so Koha-US, everything. I mean, other libraries, there's a lot of people to kind of reach out to. And even just joining the listserv and just seeing that other people are kind of going through the same thing can help a lot.
Just to say also that there are other user groups elsewhere in the world too. So we have Koha user groups in the UK. So if you're a UK library listening online, then there are Koha user groups there, and I'm sure there are others elsewhere in the world as well.
There's Kohala, the French group. Sonia is great. She's very active in the community, and she's very friendly. And I mean, there's user groups everywhere. We can't talk about them all. I get focused on the room that I'm in. They told me they were going to do all the talking.
I hope that nobody asked this question while I stepped out of the room, but since you guys do our hosting, if we have a bug that comes up, do we submit it, or should we bring it to you and have you do it? Pardon me? What? Oh, thanks.
I would say both. Submit it to the community, file the bug, especially if you have the steps that can recreate it. But if you work with us, also file a ticket with us to let us know about the bug. Because that way it'll kind of just, both are good. If you file in the community, that lets other community members know, so that if they're seeing it, they can also say that they've found it, see your bug, and they can confirm the behavior.
And again, if you're a one-person show or feeling overwhelmed, just submit a ticket. Don't even file the bug. Just have us do it if you are a partner. So you don't have to feel that responsibility to say, I have to add one more thing to my to-do list. Maybe next week I could do it, but I wanted to do it right now. And that filing that ticket would be the quickest way and the easiest way you can do that, or later touch base.
We're a community. We help each other.
Yeah, 100%. This is the QR code. If you want to click that, or these presentations will be available next week. They said we also have a blog post that has all this information on our website. So thank you very much for listening. You guys were really awesome.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we're going to start up with our next presentation. So if you could quickly make it back to your seats. Grab your stuff and get back to your seats. We're going to start back up. All right. Our next presentation is Koha, Advancing into Electronic Resources Management, or ERM. And this is Jonathan Field from PTFS Europe Limited.
Great, thank you very much for that. So how do I follow that presentation? Hopefully you'll find this interesting. So I'm Jonathan Field. I'm one of the founders and the managing director of PTFS Europe, and we're going to have a look at hopefully something that's exciting that's coming up, which you actually won't find on Bugzilla at the moment, but I'll talk a bit more about that in a moment. So ERM. So first of all, what is ERM? So the Wikipedia definition is, well, it's on the screen there, but I think hopefully most of you will understand what an ERM module is. So it's for tracking electronic resources that you might have in your library. And as I mentioned yesterday in the presentation that we did yesterday afternoon, this is a joint development that we've done, or they're working on at the moment with Bywater Solutions and BibLibra and ourselves. And we've been really happy to be working with Jonathan Druart on this. And I think Jonathan hopefully is online as well at the moment. So he's just become a father. So congratulations, Jonathan, on that. Yeah. So he isn't here in person, but he's online, I think. So if there are any sort of questions that he might be able to get himself involved when he is around. So I guess historically, this information about your subscriptions to electronic resources, they would have been held probably anything from, access databases, Excel spreadsheets to pieces of paper stuffed in cupboards. So that's what we're trying to address here, is the storage of that information. Now, historically, libraries using Koha and vendors like ourselves, we've had to work around this because there isn't any sort of facility within Koha at the moment to manage it. So we've had to do it in creative ways. So some of you may be familiar with Coral, the electronic resources management. You may use it, which can work alongside of Koha. However, that's not a great and satisfactory solution. The pace of development of Coral is also slow. So we think that actually bringing this functionality into Koha is actually a game changer for Koha and for libraries. And we hear a lot about library service platforms now rather than ILSs and LMSs. And we think it elevates Koha to be a fully functional library services platform. So that's very exciting as well. And in terms of a library management system, well, we believe it's crucial to having a fully functional library management system. And I think it's probably fair to say that most libraries, even of any size, so even the public libraries that we have in the UK, they don't necessarily have a lot of electronic resources. They all have some electronic resources in some shape or form, even if it's sort of small subscriptions to local history databases and that sort of thing. So I think it's important for all libraries. It's important for us as vendors because we're competing obviously against proprietary vendors who already have this functionality. So it obviously makes us more competitive. And at the end of the day, why wouldn't we put an electronic resources module into Koha? It makes perfect sense. Why wouldn't we do it? So just before I jump into the demo, just to explain a little bit about what it does right now, what we're hoping it's going to do, and then we'll actually go and have a look at it. So right now it stores agreements information. So that's information about the agreement that you have with your vendor. So it includes things like documentation, whether the agreement is current, the subscription period of that agreement, and so on. And that also includes related agreements, which I'll show you in just a moment. Licenses, so that's information about the license record itself. So that generally will include a PDF of the license, a scan of the license. E-holdings, so this is the resource itself. So what is the electronic title? We've added integration with EBSCO's holdings management tool. So some of you may already be aware, but EBSCO provide this tool, have done for about the last two or 3 years, called Holdings IQ. It's a bidirectional API that allows you to manage their knowledge base in real time. And excitingly, it's the first use of the Vue.js JavaScript framework in Koha. So that's very exciting because it's sort of experimental, and you might see some sort of features on the screens that sort of look slightly different, and that's because we're using, or Jonathan's using Vue for this piece of development, and it's with a view to actually maybe in the future using it in other parts of Koha as well. So that's quite exciting. In terms of what could it do, so the one thing we haven't got to is usage information. So most of the publishers will provide statistics either by sushi connections or counter format. And we want to add that in so that we can actually analyze the usage of electronic subscriptions. In the United Kingdom, we have big organizations that run the higher education institutions called JISC, and they run a service called JUSP, which is like a consolidation service for all your subscription statistics. And I'm sure there's similar things in other places around the world. So that's also something we'd like to integrate. We wanted to look at workflow management just because it's a great feature in Coral if any of you used it. So workflow management really is when a subscription's coming up for renewal, and first of all, maybe the library director needs to sign off on it, and then it gets passed maybe to the acquisitions librarian who orders it, and then to the electronic services librarian who sets it all up online. So you can pass the record around, if you like, between different people. It's a great feature, and really the only reason we haven't done it straight off the bat is that we think actually there's scope for widening that out to a bigger Koha feature. So, maybe using workflow management for things like cataloging. Somebody creates a short catalog record, fast add catalog record, and then they want to pass it on to the cataloger to perhaps, catalog the record fully. So there are other potential uses. So we'll probably look at that in a more wider context later on. At the moment, as you see in a moment, we're working with EBSCO's knowledge base, but other knowledge bases are available, and we're looking at potentially integrating it with GoKB, which some of you may know about, which is an open global knowledge base. In the UK, we have a knowledge base called KB+, which again is a sort of nationally organized knowledge base. There's also potential for improved reporting. One of the big benefits of actually bringing ERM into Koha is that often you want to report on both your electronic holdings and your physical holdings. And that's difficult when the data is in two different places. That's one of the problematic things with Coral is when the electronic information is over here and the printed information is over here, it's very difficult to report on. And there's other opportunities like, we maybe produce A to Z journal listings like EBSCO's publication finder and put that on the OPAC. So there's lots of scope for other things it could do. And just before I jump into the demonstration, I'll just give you a little bit of terminology because I'm going to be shouting out these sort of terms. But we've got the holdings IQ. So that's EBSCO's proprietary API. It's, as I said, it's bi-directional. It works with their knowledge base. It allows you to manage it, update it, and change things in it. So it's a very powerful tool. A title in ERM terms, we're talking specifically about the metadata of the material. So that would be things like the title itself, an ISSN, an EISSN, a publisher, and so on. But then we have this separate term, which is a resource. So resource is slightly different because it's in effect an instance of a title. So for example, Teze Law, it's actually available from different publishers and different sources in different packages. So Teze Law has a title, obviously, and it has an ISSN and so on, but it belongs as a resource in a directory of open access journals, criminal justice abstracts, journals for free, and some other packages as well. And that means that actually it's a slightly different thing because different publishers may hold different coverage information about that journal. I'm going to talk about a package. So a package really is just a bundle of journal titles that are sort of collected together, either by you collecting them together into a package or by the publishers selling you a package of journals. In the UK, again, just who do the higher education institutions, they sell, they negotiate sort of nationally with publishers and build their own packages, which universities can then subscribe to. And then finally, we've got providers and vendors. So this is the person who actually provides the resource. So it can be a national body, in our case, somebody like JISC, or it could be an individual publisher or vendor. And obviously, historically, in a print world, you work with a sort of a book supplier. And when you move into the electronic world, the vendors are slightly different. They're not sort of providing with a physical material. So it does sort of widen out the concept of what a vendor is, really, I think. Okay, let's have a look at this. Now, the first thing to say, having just had that most excellent presentation on sandboxes, is if you go to the BibLibra sandbox site, you'll notice that there's a single sandbox there that has a delete button that's grayed out. You can't actually delete it at the moment. So whilst this development is going on with ERM, we've got a permanent sandbox, which has been great in terms of testing and testing it and sort of filling it with data, so it doesn't keep getting wiped out. So just to let you know if you see that sandbox. Now I think I might see if I can put this on the stand here so that I can try and do this with 2 hands, make it a bit easier. Okay, I'll get this, adjust this right. You see, I've even got a link there for a fallback video in case this all goes completely wrong. In which case I'll leave the stage and okay. Right, so here we are in the ERM sandbox. And the first thing to say really is if I just go into administration. And into global system preferences, you'll notice on the left-hand side here, there's a new electronic resources management tab. And there's a big master switch. So here's the big master switch. Do you want to even use this module or not? So that's the first thing to say. Do we want to enable it or disable it? Then there's some very specific system preferences for the electronic resources providers. So specifically for the EBSCO knowledge base. So if you want to use that Holdings IQ tool, you have to speak to EBSCO. They'll give you an API key, and you need to put that into these fields here. And then we have the electronic resources providers. So at the moment, you can see there's just 2. There's working with EBSCO and there's working with local holdings. And I'll talk about both of those. But this here really is where there's potential in the future for adding other knowledge bases. So GoKB, KB+, and so on. I go over to administration. Sorry, I'm just struggling with this trackpad here. There we go. Okay, and then go down to the bottom here. You can see we've got table settings. So you may be familiar with table settings already. This controls what displays in various tables in Koha. And again, you can see there's a new table setting for ERM. So you can choose what fields are hidden by default, which fields are shown by default. So just falls in line with the rest of Koha, really. If I go back to the top and let's just go into authorized values. So under authorized values, there's a whole bunch of new authorized values which are available. I'll just filter those by ERM. You can see that there's quite a lot of ERM settings there. So these really are used wherever there's a drop-down list in the electronic resources module. So in common with everything else in Koha, really. So they cover things like the status of an agreement, license locations, closure regions. I think they're fairly sort of self-explanatory, really. Renewal priorities. So you can add and remove to these. So we're delivering a set of sensible defaults, but you can add and remove to those. And the other benefit of them actually is you can use them in reporting as well, of course. And then finally, there is a link in the menu option for the electronic resources module. So let's go there now. So on the electronic resources homepage, you've got this sort of left-hand menu, and you'll notice as I move around, it highlights the place that we're at. So it's probably difficult for you to see on the projection, but as we actually move into different parts of it, it bolds the link so you can sort of tell where you are in the hierarchy. We've also got this sort of omnibox at the top in common with the rest of Koha. So on the homepage, you can search agreements, you can search packages, you can search titles. So we can do a quick search, really. Importantly, agreements and licenses are really just to explain. Agreements really describe what you can access, whereas license describe what you can do with that license, with that material. So that's really the sort of distinction between the two. So let's just go into agreements first of all. And the first thing to say is we've got the table settings here. So this is from that that table settings page I showed you just now. We've also got the very standard sort of search, same as you would see on any other page, but we've also got these filters in the data table here. So for example, if we want to perhaps just quickly look at our cancelled material or cancelled subscriptions, we can filter really nice and easily on there. This table box as well has got this special filter at the top here. And the reason we've got this here is it's really, I don't know whether you know, on the print serial subscription page, there's a link on the left-hand side, which is, I think it's called expired subscriptions or expiring subscriptions or something. This is effectively doing the same thing. So it allows you to filter this potentially long list of agreements and see which agreements perhaps have already expired or which perhaps are coming up for expiration. So so that you know what you have to deal with in terms of renewing a subscription. So I can just perhaps go back to the end of last year and just filter that. So this particular agreement has actually already expired, and we would see that if I clicked into it, but you can actually see it's got a cancelled status anyway, so that kind of explains why it's expired. But if we perhaps see what's coming up this year, just filter there. And then out of that list, there's a couple of agreements that are actually coming up for renewal. So we perhaps need to do something about these and deal with them. Let's just clear that filter out the way now. Get back to the full list. So on the full list here, we've got an agreement name, a description of what it is. We've got some edit buttons, delete buttons. So let's just go and have a look at ACM Digital first of all to start with. First thing to say, it's linked to a vendor record. So obviously I can open that in a new tab. And then we're looking at my ACM Digital vendor. So that's standard Koha acquisitions functionality now. We're just linking the agreement record to a vendor record. I think there's a lot of potential going forward to do more in the acquisitions area. We don't want to sort of interfere too much with that particular area of the system at the moment, but there's potential in the vendor record to link back the other way to agreements and to licenses. And then we've got some information about the status, closure agreement reasons, and so on. And then we've got these different sort of periods. So you can have an agreement will last for a certain period, and you can here record historical agreement periods, and you can also record forthcoming subscription periods, and you can also record the current subscription period. So you can see on this particular one, we've actually got the current subscription period. You can see is here, the current year. And what we're planning to do, I think that is on the to-do list, is we're actually going to highlight the current period to make it very obvious that it is the current period based on the calendar date at the time that you're looking at it. Agreement users. So agreement users are really a member of library staff who has some sort of relationship with this record. So as I said, in the workflow context, it may be the library director, it may be the ERM librarian, it may be a subject librarian. So you can add multiple users to an ERM record. But it's important to say, actually, one thing I forgot to say when I was sort of showing you the administration side, if I just go back up the top here and go to patrons. There's actually a new permission. We go into permissions. You can see at the very bottom there's permission to manage electronic resources module. This permission will probably become a set of permissions and become more granular. Again, that's on the to-do list, so that we can perhaps allow access just to view agreements rather than edit agreements, delete agreements, and so on. But in the context of that agreement record, any staff member that you link to an agreement must have that permission in order to be linked. So that's important. And partly the reason for that is when you're actually doing that linking, you don't want 30,000 patron records popping up in your as you're trying to filter these things. That's one of the reasons behind it. At the bottom there, we've got licenses. So an agreement is typically linked to a license. But the way this is actually sort of designed is you can use agreements independently. If you don't want to store license documents, you can just use agreements. And equally, you can just store license documents without having agreement records. But if you're sort of using the full thing, you can link these together. And I'll move on to licenses in just a moment. And then finally, at the bottom, you've got documents. So documents in the context of agreements are slightly different to documents in the context of licenses. So in a license, you would perhaps expect to see the license agreement itself, maybe signed license agreement. Whereas in the agreement record, you would perhaps expect to see correspondence between you and the vendor and other general information. So there's two places where you can hold this information, and you can store PDF documents and Word documents and so on. Okay, I'm just going to go back to my list. My list of agreements. And I'm just going to have a look for journal archives. So a different agreement, but you can see it's similar. And the reason I'm going to mention journal archives is at the bottom, you can see that it's a related agreement. So this agreement is actually linked to the JISC transitional agreement. So that means that the agreements have some sort of relationship with each other. And that's a two-way relationship, and there's some sort of relationship reasons why these are linked together. And you can link both ways. So if I just click on this link, I've jumped into the JISC transitional agreement. And as you can see at the bottom, it's now directing me back again to that. And on this page, we can see that the journal archives is superseded by JISC traditional agreements. And on the journal archives page, we can see that the JISC transitional agreement supersedes this agreement. So you can build these two-way relationships, which is quite nice. And you have these relationship reasons which sort of build that link together. So this is actually stored in a table called ERM agreement relationships, I think. So that's where those sort of are held. The other thing you can see, if you just scroll down a little bit further there, you can see that what this agreement covers is 2 packages of journal subscriptions. So typically when you sign an agreement with a vendor, they will often cover multiple different packages. I've just linked 2 here, or it may just be a single package, but here, this is where you can see exactly what is actually covered by this agreement. And you can see these are also hypertext links through to the packages themselves. So I'll move on to packages in just a minute, and you can actually have a look at that. Okay, I'm just going to go back to the agreements homepage again. And this time I'm just going to create a new agreement just to sort of walk you through the form really. So we've got an agreement name. So I'm going to call this one OUP Oxford Academic Law Online. You're on to 2023. I can link it to a vendor. So you can see I've got a drop down list of my vendor records here, and I'm going to link it to Oxford University Press. I can just add a bit more descriptive information here. Got a status field to describe the current status of this agreement record, and you can see that's a drop-down box. So we'll make this active. You'll notice the closure reason box is grayed out at the moment. I can't actually type into it, and the reason for that is because it's active. So it kind of makes sense. If I mark that as closed, you'll see that that box is now available. I can actually specify a closure reason, but for the time being, I'm just going to make it active. It's a perpetual agreement. Another drop-down field. What's the priority? We're definitely going to renew this one because we love it. We can specify a bit of license information in here, and that's really in case you do want to use agreements without the licenses. So you can put basic sort of license information here or notes. And then we can add license periods. So as you saw earlier on, you can have multiple periods. So I can add multiple periods to this. So I'm going to add one for the start date. What did I say? It was 2021 to 23, didn't I? So I'm going to go January 2021 through December 23. Sorry, I set up the sandbox to use UK dates as well. We can specify cancellation deadline date. So again, that allows you to report on these. So you can say this is an upcoming subscription. So I probably want to know about this around about August 2023. Note field. If I want to add a second period, I'll just create another one and so on. I'm just going to remove that second one. We can then add ERM users. So as I said, this is anybody who's got a relationship with this agreement. So I'm going to select a user. And in this list here, I'm not going to see patron records from my whole patron database. I'm only going to see users with that staff permission. So that's me and Alice. So I'm going to select myself, and my role is I'm the ERM librarian, and I'm just going to select Alice here as whoops, I didn't select her, sorry, select user. Right, we'll make Alice the subject librarian. So we've got two staff users have got an interest in this publication. So we can add a license to this agreement. So the license has to be pre-created in the licenses area. So this is one I've actually prepared earlier. So I've created an OUP Oxford Academic Law license record, so I can attach that. So that's how we build the two-way relationship there. And again, give it a status. This is the controlling license. Physical location is quite useful because if there is actually a physical paper copy of that and somebody's stuffed it under a desk or in a cupboard or something like that, you can actually specify where it is so you know where to go and actually look for the thing. We can put notes. If the agreement's available online, or maybe parts of it or information related to the agreement, you can link out to it via URI as well. And here is where you can have the related agreements. So this is where you can link one agreement to the other. So where I showed you those agreements, one supersedes the other. So I won't actually link one together, but this is basically how it works. Specify the agreement you're linking to, and then the sort of purpose of the link. And then finally, add a document. So this is where you'd have your correspondence, perhaps with the vendor, and it's a very sort of standard upload dialog box where you go to your to your folder where your document is, your PDF is, and you just upload it and attach it. Okay, I've submitted that, and let's just that. And there is my quality content. Okay, so that's the agreements. Let's move over to the license records. So license records, as I mentioned, that describes what you can do with the material. So it's worth also saying that this is a sort of work in progress. This is really where we got up to before Jonathan went off on his paternity leave. So there's still work to be done here, but we just perhaps have a look at, again, the ACM digital license. Again, there's a link to a vendor. And the reason there's a link to the vendor here is that, again, if you want to use licenses separate from agreements, you can do so. So again, it's just hypertext link. You've got agreement start dates, end dates, and so on. And if I just go back to the licenses homepage, I'm just going to create a new license here. Show you again the fields that are available. So license name, a link back to the vendor, description, the type of license. So again, these two fields with the drop down, they come from those authorized values. And then a start date and an end date for the agreement. And then importantly, the final field which is missing here is the link to upload the document. So, so if somebody fancies adding that before Jonathan gets back from his paternity leave, we'd be ever so grateful. So that's where that's going to go at the bottom there. So that's the license. It's a fairly simple record. So let's move over to the e-holdings area. So as I mentioned, e-holdings really describes the resource record itself, not the title itself. And you can see that I've got EBSCO with packages and titles, and I've got local packages and titles. And what I'm going to do is just quickly hop into administration and back to that system preference. And from that drop-down box, I'm just going to deselect EBSCO just for the moment. Save that, go back to e-resources, and go back to e-resources and refresh the screen. And you can see EBSCO have gone. So if perhaps you don't have a subscription with EBSCO, but you actually do want to record just information about a few local titles, local history titles and things that you perhaps want to record, then you can use this independent of actually having a subscription. But for now, I need to put it back on just to show you what's going on here. Okay, let's look first of all at EBSCO then. So as I mentioned, it's linked to EBSCO's knowledge base via Holdings IQ. And Holdings IQ can be used in all sorts of different ways. So if you are familiar with Coral actually integrates with Holdings, the EBSCO knowledge base, and that also uses the Holdings IQ. So I guess what I'm saying is there's potentially various ways you can manage your EBSCO holdings. You could actually be going to EDS admin and managing it through there. You could be managing it through Coral. You could be managing it through Koha. The end result is that EBSCO's knowledge base is the master, and whatever you change, it will be updated there in the master sort of place, if you like. And the way this has been implemented is really Koha is acting as a proxy almost for that knowledge base. So we haven't got, as you probably know, EBSCO's knowledge base is literally millions and millions of records. We don't want to start storing sort of 13 million resource records in the Koha database and fill your disk with information that you're not really interested in. So we're sort of using Koha as a proxy to take a view of that knowledge base. So the data I'm going to show you now is not stored in Koha, it's a view of what's in the knowledge base. So let's just have a look at titles first of all. And I'm going to search for a title. And you can see we've got some filters, and these filters relate to filters that are available in through the EBSCO API. So the publication type and the selection status. So whether you've already selected it, perhaps an EDS admin. So we can filter, but I'm just going to do a search. And hopefully what we're going to see here is some hits coming back. EBSCO. I was working super fast earlier this morning, slowed down. Right, okay, then we've got a list of resources. So you can see there's 27 entries which match that. And again, we can filter it. So perhaps if we want to narrow it down to just the selected ones, we can do that. You can see, well, hopefully you can just about screen, there's a little check mark there. And there's one down there. So that means it's already selected. So you've subscribed to that journal through EBSCO. So we can see very clearly what is part of our holdings at the moment and what isn't part of our holdings. I'm just now going to jump over to Coral just to prove to you there aren't any smoke and mirrors going on here. So this is our Coral demo server, and this Coral demo server is actually hooked up to the same knowledge base. I'm just going to log in here. And I'm going to go to the EBSCO knowledge base, and I'm going to search for exactly the same title. Okay, and you can see that in Coral, it's also marked as selected. So that's what I would expect, because EBSCO's knowledge base is the master. Now I'm just going to go and view this record in full, this tetrahedron title. And on the full view of the record, what we'll be able to see is the metadata itself about the record. So we can see that it's ISSN, it's EISSN, who the publisher is, the publication type, and so on. But we can also see at the bottom there which packages it's available in. So As I said, a title can belong to multiple packages. So that's why you have resource instances of a title. And you can see this particular one is actually in 87 different packages. And again, we've got this really nice filter button here. So we can just say, well, which actually of those packages are packages I actually subscribe to. So we can see that we get this title through Science Direct. That's the package that we're subscribing to. Now at the top here, we've also go back to the right, just going out to Science Direct. Yeah, so if I jump into Science Direct, that's where we get this from. You can see the resource ID. This is the EBSCO resource ID. We can see it's part of Science Direct from Elsevier. We can see what the coverage that Elsevier provide. And importantly, at the top, we can see we can remove this title from our holdings. So if we no longer subscribe to it, and this is an individual title, not the package itself, we can remove this title from our holdings. And I'll just take a second whilst it updates the master knowledge base at EBSCO. And that's gone. Now, in theory, if I go here and perform that search again, we should see it's deselected in here as well, because it's exactly the same view of the knowledge base. And there it is, tetrahedron, current status, well, it's unselected. And if I perhaps just go and add this title back in again, wait a second just to update, and then go back to Koha once more, do the search one more time, and it's back selected again. So you can see it's a real-time update of that master knowledge base. Let's go back to Koha. Let's just go back to the titles, and this time I'm going to search for Irish history. Now there's 692 entries from EBSCO, but you can see here at the top there's one local title. So this is something that's in our local knowledge base. So it's not something that we can subscribe to from EBSCO directly, but it is in our holdings. So it lives actually somewhere down here. It's one we've created. So that's the nice thing about when you're doing the searching here, you can search across both electronic holdings and your local holdings. So if I click through to that, you can see here is the title for that. Hopefully you can see on the left-hand menu, it's bolded the titles under local packages there, just to make it clear where you are in the navigation. And if I click through to that, we can actually see that title there. And we can see that's part of a local package called British History that we subscribe to. And I'm just going to edit this and just to show you the metadata. So when we edit a local title, we've got a whole list of metadata. And this metadata is all based on KBART format, which you may be familiar with KBART 2. So again, it's sort of like a de facto international standard for this type of metadata. So the beauty of that means potentially in the future we can export and import data in that type of format. And you can see at the bottom here, here's the option where we can add this title to a local package. So not an EBSCO package, but a local package. Okay, I'm just going to go back to packages and just have a look at one more package, which is Journal Archives. And again, you can see there's a lot. Sorry, title I meant to look for. Packages, Journal Archive. No, sorry, I wasn't meant to go into packages. Right, scrap that. Right, let's do a package search then, Journal Archives. So again, now we're searching packages rather than the individual titles themselves. So packages typically have names. And again, we've got these filters here, which are EBSCO filters, but I'm just going to search for that. And you can see there's a lot of packages with that particular string in the title. So again, I can use the filters here to perhaps just narrow it down to package that I've selected or that I've actually subscribed to. So you can see there's from that big list, there's actually 4 there. So I'm going to have a look at this first one, the JISC Journal Archives. And what you can see here is the information that's come back from EBSCO about the package itself, who the vendor is, the package type. But we can also see what actually is contained within that package. So you can see there's 877 titles within the package itself. So that's obviously quite a lot of electronic subscriptions there. So that's why we've got this filter option here, because we can actually filter it down to individual titles. So we can search for individual titles within that package. We can filter by subscriptions type, and then we can also filter by status as well. So I know that I've got a lot of titles out of that package, but what I want to know is actually which titles aren't selected. So I can filter down to the ones not selected out of that package. And that narrows it down to just 4. So maybe I could just perhaps go and have a look at one of those. And what you can see now is I can perhaps add that title back into my holdings if I want to do that. So I'll just add that and then go back to JISC Journal Archives. So again, you've got a nice little hypertext link there to make the navigation easy between the sort of full information and the package information. A couple of other things to notice on this particular screen. You've got another button up here to add and remove to negotiate the EBSCO knowledge base. In this case, because we're on a package and not a title, it's an add remove package button. So if I remove the package, it's going to remove all 877 of those titles from my subscription. The other thing you can see here is I'm got a link through to the agreement record. So this package has been linked to an agreement. So if I just open that in a new tab, there's the agreement record. And this is the one we were looking at earlier on. Packages that were included in this agreement. It's out of the way. So that's nice to be able to see exactly what's linked. If we try and add it to a new agreement, we'll have a list of the agreements that are currently on the system. And we've got a nice thing here. If we just try and link it to the same agreement again, just get a little warning dialog there that it's already linked. So that's just quite useful. Okay, I'm just going to go across to local titles now. I'm conscious I'm running out of time. So these are all titles that have been created manually, so by library staff. So if we perhaps have a look and filter down to one here. Got a couple of local titles here, and if I just click through to those, you can see these are ones that have been created manually. And the nice thing is when you create a local title within Koha, it automatically takes the metadata from that KBART template and builds a catalog record for you in the catalog module. So if I just open that link in a new tab, you can see that it's taking me through to a bibliographic record. So that's really sort of handy because then that's obviously available to search online for users. And again, here you can see that this title is linked to a local package. So you can build your own local packages. So again, you may work with a local history vendor who perhaps provides 1 or 2 different titles as part of their sort of offering to you. So you have the concept of these sort of local and and global sort of packages. If I just go back to titles and I create a local title, you've got all this metadata. And as I said, this is KBART metadata. So that's why it's sort of quite verbose and detailed. But it does sort of match the KBART format. And at the bottom there, you can see that I can add it to a local package. And then one other nice thing under local titles is this import from lists. So if you've imported perhaps a load of records from a vendor, they've given you perhaps marked records, you can add those records to a list and then import it directly into a local package from a list. So that's a pretty cool feature. And I think I might have some lists here. Oh, I don't think I have actually, sorry. But yeah, what you would see here is all the lists that are created through the list module. And there's just a button you can press and it just adds them all into your holdings, which is quite a useful little feature there. Okay, so that's really where we are right now. So just really to finish off. And talk about what happens next. So we want to carry on, there's a lot we want to carry on doing with this, and there's a lot of scope to add more stuff to it. So funding always helps, although actually at the moment that's not the biggest problem. We've got a lot of people interested in ERM, a lot of people willing to contribute to it. So that's not particularly an issue. The bigger issue really is hands, so more people to get involved in it. So there's two ways you can really get involved in it. Go and have a look at that sandbox. It's on the BibLibra sandbox page. Look at it. Feel free to mess with my data, all the test data I put on there. Feel free to create new records. But most importantly, we need eyes on the code, on this code. So we really want to get a minimal viable product into 22.11. And I think Thomas is happy to do that because it's a very standalone piece of work. And it doesn't impact on anything else in Koha. So it's low risk, if you like. But he does want eyes over the code to ensure that it's been looked at by more than one person, more than Jonathan. Jonathan's created a great wiki page, and we'll show you the links for these. But this wiki page explains here why we're doing this, what it is. There's a lot of technical information in here. So there's links to all the APIs that he's built to make this work. So endpoints to manage the agreements, to licenses, those knowledge bases. It explains all about the system preferences, those authorized values I showed you. It gives you the tables that have been created to make all this happen. So the API routes, and so it goes on. It's very detailed. So if you do want to sort of dip into it and just sort of understand how it's been put together, it's a really comprehensive sort of summary of what's going on with it. Mm-hmm. Sure.
So there was one question that I missed because I thought somebody else was paying attention to I thought somebody else back there was paying attention to the Zoom questions. And so I'm not sure what part of the presentation it came at. And she said, are these attached to items similar to the acquisitions tab? I'm going to get your email and her email and get you two together so she can ask that specifically. But in the YouTube chat, somebody said, so what would this look like on the patron end? And they want to know if you could send a link to the sandbox. Can people look at the sandbox online? And we'll make sure we'll get that link And so what would it look like on the patron end, I guess is her question right now.
Okay, the sandbox link is in the slides, so it'll be there. You can go and have a look at that. It's on the BibLibra sandboxes page if you want to go and look at it there as well. What does it look like in the online catalog? Well, typically, if you're using EBSCO's knowledge base, what it's doing is controlling what appears in EBSCO Discovery Service. So if that's your sort of front end, then as I'm adding and removing journals, they will appear and remove automatically from EBSCO Discovery Service, which is a great feature. Local holdings, the plan is that, well, it's there now. As I said, as you create a local title, it will automatically create a bibliographic record, which you can choose to display or not to display in the online catalog, give it an item type of ebook, and so on. The other thing, as I mentioned earlier, that we'd quite like to do is maybe add an A to Z sort of journal listing, electronic journey listing option to the online catalog. That's on the to-do list as well. So yeah, that's also there. This wiki page and the Kanban board, which is associated with it, will also share. And if you do want to get involved in actually doing development work, then great, because there's a list in that left-hand column of new features that we want to add. And Jonathan's very kindly marked some as sort of developer warm-up features. So if there's something you just want to get into it quickly and just write a simple bit of code, there's some small features which will just get you going and using the Vue.js and so on. Was there another question there?
Question. Okay, my colleague, I work in a special library, I work in a law firm library, and I feel like one or both of those questions that came through could easily have come from my colleague who's watching this online. And we're very excited about this module. Like we have hopes and dreams for this. And now I'm thinking maybe some of those things are pretty far outside the scope of what this is intended to do, but not only for it to just do all this, but the question about it to appear in a tab like acquisitions and how does it look on the patron end? I say you're looking at the resource and it says what the license model is. Since we work in a special library, we don't have a lot of firm-wide resources. We might have something where say we subscribe to this database and we get 50 seats. And so, excuse me, so we were hoping that we could open that resource. The license would say we pay for 50 seats and that we could attach patrons to it. And then at a glance, we could say, oh, here's 40, say one of our librarians gets a call and says, do you have a seat on blah, blah resource? We could look it up and say, oh, look, we have a 50 seat license, 45 of them are occupied. Great, now we know we have 5 seats available. And so there's that aspect to it. And then say if you have the patrons all signed up, now, like when you look at something in Staff Koha and there's the acquisitions tab and you can see the invoices that would have been paid, we're hoping there'd be a users tab, not users in the sense that you were saying, but you could see, oh, here's the tab that shows everybody that has a seat to it. And for us, when someone leaves our firm, we have a process where we go into their office. If we use Koha, we look in their patron record. If they have things checked out, if they have ILLs, if they're on the routing for things, we try to get that stuff back before they quit and run away with it. And also if it listed the things they had a seat to, we could know that now that seat was available. And also we could shut it down when they leave so they can't continue to access it after they're gone. So that's I think I wanted to really get a chance to say that because I feel like there's not a lot of special librarians here. So I wanted to provide our perspective on what we're kind of hoping for.
Yeah, so good. That's a good question, actually, because that's not in the scope of what we're doing at the moment. But actually, you're the second person that said that to me, that requirement. So we'll either add it to the Kanban board or we'll add it to the specification we've got. I know that there are libraries that work in that way. Yeah. So yeah, take that into consideration. Any other? Oh.
I wanted to follow up on the question earlier about whether these will populate I understood right, these will populate in the catalog as titles, the packages and titles. So if we're using EDS and we bring in the whole knowledge base and they're not exactly the same, we're going to get a lot of duplicate titles of the same thing, ideally we would want these to hook up with the titles we have in Koha, right? So I guess there's going to be some problems with populating it with our EDS holdings. We have massive EDS holdings, and a lot of those are in Koha. A lot of them aren't.
So are you saying that you've already got marked records for the holdings that you hold in EDS? Okay. Okay. Yeah. So immediately you'd see all of the holdings from EBSCO. So you've effectively will have duplicated that, because as soon as you connect the knowledge base, you're seeing everything. Not at the moment. No, no.
I have a massive spreadsheet that tracks, and I have old spreadsheets that track our databases and how much we spend on them and all that kind of stuff. Plus I have separate folders for all of my license agreements. Will I be able to track pricing in this ERM module?
Yeah, the idea for pricing is that we're going to link that to the acquisitions module so that you'll be able to create orders and invoices in the same way that you can for physical material, which will be great. Again, it's not on the November sort of deadline, mainly because we don't want to break anything that's already there at the minute. We want to get this in working, but that is very much on the to-do list. Yeah, yeah. And the ability to look at a license from the vendor or the agreement from the vendor. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So I do like the fact that you guys are looking forward to linking to the acquisitions. In that sense, you can have the contract renewal terms automatically fill in and populate a little bit quicker than just the holdings with the API. So that's kind of nice. And then obviously it goes to the master. So if you're using Aspen EDS, it automatically just filters over it correctly if you uncheck something and check it back.
Yeah. Yeah. So Aspen, if Aspen's integrated with EBSCO, same deal, because Aspen also uses the EBSCO API to the EDS, which is updated from the holdings IQ. If you see what I mean. Okay. Any fun? I know we're running a little bit over. Sorry. So. Right. Okay.
Comments, I think, on YouTube. So a couple of last comments from YouTube. Somebody said, I don't want to say her name because I don't want to insult her by mispronouncing it, which I'm guaranteed to do. Would love if this pushed license terms to patrons out into the OPAC. And then Neve. And then recording who a license is allocated to would also be useful. And then Dwight says, that's transaction and software licensing billing. I'm not sure what that comment means. Could be. Just as EBSCO Holdings IQ service is used to embed holdings, can the EBSCO Link IQ service, excuse me, be used to create a link to full text access resources? I guess that's a final question that just came in.
Link IQ, we haven't looked at that yet. We've actually looked at the publication finder API in terms of doing A to Z journal listings. But yeah, they've got a few APIs. That's one we haven't looked at. Going back to the terms tool, that's definitely something we want to, that is on the list already. That's something we want to look at. I think I'd be surprised if we get it into November now, just because of time, but definitely on the to-do list. Okay. Sure. Okay. Well, I'm a little bit over anyway, so I don't want to take any more of your time, but thank you very much. I mean, I hope those of you that use, e-holdings, I hope you are excited, because we're very excited about this. So do cast your eye over it and let's get into 2211. you.
I'm looking in the folder, which one? Oh, this one right here? Okay. Yeah.
Really? No answer and not even a voicemail. And the phone number.
All right, we're gonna get into our next presentation, our final one before lunch break. And this is from CSV to MRC or MARC, converting your spreadsheet into MARC records. And this is going to be Fred King. And we find out, we're not sure if our co-presenter is joining us, but that would be Lauren Denny. Fred is from MedStar Washington Hospital Center, and Lauren is from Teamwork Library Consortium.
Lauren is.
Lauren, can you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear.
Awesome. Glad you could join us. I'm putting Fred on.
Okay.
And George or Jason or Lauren, could you make Lauren's picture appear?
Yes.
Okay, YouTube, yes. Lauren, I can't see you. Feel free, as I said, please join in when I get something wrong. This is not going to be really fancy and slick because I represent libraries from the other side of the tracks. People who can't afford vendors to do things for them. So, excuse me, this really dry weather has really dehydrated me. So a lot of libraries, not necessarily your libraries, have a lot of their cataloging data in spreadsheets. I've talked to one library in Eswatini, another one in Berlin. And when I was talking to Lauren, she says, oh yeah, I do this all the time. So I said, okay, we need to do a presentation together. So yes, names imply Fred King and Lauren Denny. My library is really small. We have very lax circulation. You know, oh, just bring it back sometime. And that's about all I have to say about my library.
My library is 23 libraries globally. Some have moderate circulation use, others are still on paper and cards. And the sizes range from, I think 30,000 volumes is our largest library, and maybe 1,500 is our smallest library.
Obviously, a presentation by a librarian needs to include a picture of a cat. Okay, we saw kittens yesterday, but what is wrong with you people? Haven't seen a single animal. You may have figured out this is not a cat. It's actually our smaller dog, Schooner. She's hiding because there's a thunderstorm. She is 50 pounds of love, exuberance, and toenails. And occasionally, if you look at my arm, there's a few scars. Occasionally, she demonstrates her commitment to open sores. We do have a cat. He's feeling a bit poorly, so I didn't want to upset him. Okay, I've got to give you a little my personal history of how I ended up with all these books that I going to talk to you about. I was given my first book when I was 6 weeks old. I couldn't read it, but I don't think I could even look at the pictures. Father collected cartoon books. I discovered used bookstores. One of my favorites is the Browsery in Greensboro, North Carolina, where I went to college. Anyway, I sorted all of mine to a CSV. And this is how I put them into Koha. And now, among other things, besides having something to talk about, when I went to the tattered book or dusty bookshelf last night, I could look this up and I found, no, I don't have it. I can do it, so can you. This is not going to be elegant. This is the way I figured out how to do it. There may be a better way. You might be able to use a hammer. I happen to have a wrench handy, and when I had to pound in some nails, you probably have a better way. This is the way I can do it. Regular expressions would do all sorts of wonderful things. I don't know regular expressions. All right, so let me start with my spreadsheet. I put all of these in by hand, so there are a few typos. Anyone who is sufficiently CDO, like OCD, but in alphabetical order, the way it should be. Probably, if you can actually read the screen, notice there's one little Brown and Company that doesn't have a comma. So, can remove duplicates in a single column. I pasted this into a new spreadsheet, just make it easier. Remove duplicates. And I put them in alphabetical order. And now I can go through and choose the ones that are in too many different formats. Andrews McNeil Publishing, LLC, well, there should be a comma after that. A.S. Barnes, ampersand or and company. Actually, Andrews and McNeil, Andrews and McNeil Incorporated, Andrews McNeil. You can see it's not really typos, it's just the publisher has gone through a whole lot of different names. And you can do this with any column. I didn't have a lot of duplicate or typos in the authors. When I was doing my spreadsheet, I had some abbreviations. I wanted the format, dust jacket or hardcover or torn dust jacket. I have the room now, so I can put them in MARC records in their full form. And again, you find and replace in a column. I've already run dust jacket. Now I'm doing P and turning that into paperback. I have 662 paperbacks. That's just the trade paperback. I didn't put any sort of designation after pages or centimeters. What I did was just copy the entire column into Word. I looked for a paragraph return, that's the caret P, and replaced it with CM caret P. And I actually do this a lot when I need to add designations to columns. Paste it back in, 29 CM as it should be. And if a cataloger points out that it should not be CM period, like Heather did, thank you, Heather, I think. And Heather, if you're listening, I hope you brought your pearls to clutch. But actually, she was sort of a co-author and proofreader on this. But not everything is going to have something like page numbers. A lot of my books are unpaginated. So I went through and gave every line space P period, and then looked for paragraph return space P period, replace it paragraph return. Now the only ones with page numbers have page numbers. Word or Excel will warn you sometimes that the length doesn't match what you're pasting in. Should go to the bottom column. Go to the bottom and check just to make sure. You really belt in suspenders. I am. Create new column and paste it in, and then can delete the old one. Lauren, would you care to expound upon what you say here?
So I do the same thing as Fred, but in Excel. So I will add a column beside it and start the pattern of the number with the centimeters and adding that in there. And then after a while, Excel will figure out what I'm doing and add it through the rest of the column, which is wonderful and great. But you need to copy and paste it as text because Mark Edit does not like that formula that's creating what you see in Excel. And a lot of times I do that at the very end because I forget which ones I've done. I've let Excel figure out what I'm doing and create what I want it to do. And then at the end, it's just easier to just copy all of it, paste it as text in a new spreadsheet, and then save that as my file.
Okay, when I was putting in the ISBNs and the LCCNs in my original catalog, I put in dashes because there were dashes in the book. I subsequently found out that no proper MARC records don't have dashes. So I took them all out. Again, looked for dash, replaced with nothing. And oh, wait a minute, what happened to the leading zeros? You need to have your column set to text. Except, of course, you can't set up the column before you enter all your data. So yeah, it may be a problem. George has a similar story with leading zeros in the barcodes. Might be able to find and replace the text format. I never did get that right. But now comes the exciting part. This is our larger dog, Farley. And yes, he is off the ground. Actually, this is the part where I start using the converting to MARC records. So it's really heavy into cataloging jargon. And I realize that we are the last two people between you and lunch. So if you're getting hungry and you don't really want to learn MARC, it's okay, you can leave now. I'd like a few of you to stay. Okay, when I put in my original tags, this is what I decided to save, and I really didn't want to get rid of anything. So whoops, sorry. So this is what I did, the MARC equivalents. This worked for me. Wait, what's going on here? I think I'll move my, okay, who's advancing it? Anyone? Worked for me. If you have more than one copy in the book, this may not work. I wanted to put the item specific information all in 952. And if you don't have the foggiest idea of what I'm talking about, I'll go to this address. This will explain MARC tags in more detail than you could possibly ever want. Now we have to review. Okay, I told you I wanted to put some things in 952 format or new, used, remainder. A couple of others. Of course, you can't put things in more than one thing in the 952. Hold that thought. But review. Do these work? Will they work for future books? Can you repeat subfields? On one catalog, I have everything, all the authors in 100. You have to gasp from all the catalogers. You really can't. Yeah, that's why I use 700 in this. And also, are you using the right field, subfield? This will not, your first go through is probably not going to be right. But that's okay. First of all, if you're the only person or library using this catalog, it doesn't matter as much as you think you do. Also, you can go back and change them later. And remember I said you couldn't put more than one thing in 952Z, which is public note. Well, actually, you can have multiple fields in any field. Koha is infinitely configurable. And here's how to do it quickly. From Koha administration, you go to Mark Bibliographic Framework, look for the 952 field, use edit subfields. This is the field Z. Click on repeatable. Now you can repeat it. And you can do that with anything. So this is the spreadsheet I ended up with. I'm sure you can all read this. But for you wimps, I enlarged the first 3 rows. I wanted to make sure that the columns were identified. The first one was labeled LCCN, ISBN. By the way, you notice I use 010Z for LCCN because I actually have converted them all to the current format. I'm not going to cover that in this talk. Yeah, mark field, and then the column number. Now we can go to Mark Edit. Yeah, I'm sure you've all heard of Mark Edit. I'm going to tell you about it anyway. Anyone who uses Mark records in any way needs to know Mark Edit. Runs on pretty much anything. Cost is well worth within library budgets. And Terry Reese is the gentleman behind it. And in 2019, he got a well-deserved ALA award. And what does it do? It's kind of like a Swiss Army knife. Well, you know about 3 things. Whoops, wait a minute. There's a few more. It does an awful lot of things, which I'm not going to talk about today. And this, yes, this is my kitchen. Okay, I'm going to start Mark Edit. Up to Export tab to limited text. That is the spreadsheet I have. Cartoon ready to convert. Put in the file and then the output file. And if you're using multiple sheets, make sure you have the sheet number. I usually do just one spreadsheet with one sheet with all my data. Lauren suggested I added that.
Sometimes I get over adventurous and have all these multiple sheets of everything that I've edited in the same Excel file instead of a separate one. And I have to remember, oh, I don't want that one. I meant this one. to convert. And you find out if you're on the right sheet or not when you get to the screen, because your headings don't match what you wanted it to match.
Yes, you realize that we designed this so that it would work the first time. This doesn't happen. Anyway, now you see why we put author and the tag in the first two rows. So field 0, want to map to 700A, and I want to put in an indicator. Actually, Lauren wanted to put in the indicators because I haven't done much with indicators.
I want RDA standards for sorting and other things in Koha. So that's why the indicators matter.
I want it to work. This is easily. Okay, and you can see 700A is at the bottom after I added the argument. 700E is author editor, so I added that. Now, if you don't join them, everything is going to be on one row, have its own row in the cataloging record, which gets kind of annoying and messy. So if you right click, you can join items. And Lauren came up with the idea, yeah, you really can move your Excel sheet to have the items you want to join next to each other in columns. Wish I thought of that. And afterwards, you can see there's one asterisk in front of that. And eventually I have 2, 3, 4 asterisks. Anyway, I've put in all my data I want. I recommend making a template, because that way, next time you do this, you can just load the template. And you click OK, and everything has been processed. And here's what they look like. I mean, they're fairly basic MARC records. Author, title, publisher, item type. You can see the 952Z. There are a couple of them. And of course, you're going to get everything right the first time, right? Excuse me. No, you're not. Well, if you do, I'm going to be whomper-jawed. So review, review, review. Go back, do it again. Do you have the right indicators? Do you have the columns right? If the fields you need and subfields needed join, you have all of the ones you want to join. You match all the columns, or did you leave one out? I usually do at least 2 of these. Go back again. Keep trying till you get it right. This is why you saved a template. So Lauren, would you like to suggest other reasons to save a template?
So that's the main reason I save a template. I also, I have for some of my libraries, the librarians do not use Koha. They use a Google form, which converts to an spreadsheet, and then I add their books that way. I've also had librarians or volunteers, not librarians. I've had volunteers to help me catalog a group of reprint articles that were in filing cabinets. And I did not want to teach them how to catalog and use Koha. It was just simpler to have them import that data into an Excel spreadsheet. And so I saved the template so that every time I would get a spreadsheet from them, which could be a month later or 2 months later or 3 months later, all I had to do was load the template back in. I didn't have to go through the whole mapping the fields process. I could just load it, convert it, and then start adding or editing my records as I needed to, which saved a whole lot of time. The problem I've run into is remembering which template goes with which project. So in naming your template, make sure that it's something that's unique enough to the project so that you can remember, oh yeah, that belongs with what I'm doing here instead of something else. Otherwise, you're going to have to either start all over again or load every template individually to remember which one you have. My memory doesn't work very well sometimes.
Also, I tend to save each iteration of the mark file. The cartoon finished A, cartoon finished B, etc.
And I save each step in Excel. Anytime if I'm editing a field, I save it at each step. I've learned that saves time, and in Mark as well, because you make a mistake that you can't undo and you don't want to start all over again. It's easier to start from the last finished step.
First, you are going to end up with an awful lot of files, but they're not huge, and disk space is really cheap. I mean, I've got an 8 terabyte disk farm and a 12 terabyte server in my basement, not to mention what I have online. So, yeah, I'm sure most of you for whom this would be relevant, you know, how to compile and upload. If you have something you've uploaded and then you download it from, let's say, export data, MarkEdit will also convert from MRC to MRK. This doesn't really belong here. It doesn't belong anywhere in the presentation, but Lauren and I thought we should mention that you can do it anyway, just to be on the safe side.
If you want to edit your Mark records, they have to be an MRK. You cannot change your file, change the data as an MRC file. So if once you get it in there, you remember, oh yeah, I wanted everything to have a certain field with information in it, you can add it in MarkEdit. And there's other videos on all the things you can do in MarkEdit. But it has to be an MRK. MRC won't let you edit it. It'll just let you upload it into Koha so that you can edit it there. But sometimes it's easier to edit in MarkEdit than it is to edit in Koha. Not always, but usually.
And let's say I uploaded ready to upload W, and then I made a few changes in Koha. But then I realized I really need to do all of this a different way. That's a good time to export the entire item type. There's probably an easier way. It's my way. Image stage records, uploaded and ready to search. And this really is online. Just go to cheerfulvalleypl.online. That's my test site where I practice things that I don't really want to do on the production site. I did a search for the entire cartoon collection, 1,204 results. This is much easier than uploading them one by one with Z3950. Also, when you do a Z3950 search, it'll replace your entire record. So I've heard, but I've also heard you can overlay stuff. But here is one example, the Hokanson Festival. Helen Hokanson was a New Yorker cartoonist, specialized in society ladies of a certain age. And here's another one. But you notice this one actually has subject headings and genre, DDC classification, Library of Congress classification. What if you want to add that? Well, that till next time, because this has covered a lot of stuff, and I figure most of you are half asleep anyway. I mean, this is the third day of the conference. But yes, you can. MarcEdit will do batch searching, and you can convert the LCCN to the current format search. And here are a few other things that Lauren has compiled. Lauren, any concluding remarks?
Have fun. I will, in this presentation, we did this very quickly. It does not, you do not do this fast. I mean, this is a, depending on how many fields you have in your spreadsheet will determine on how long it will take you. For me, one of the most time-consuming tasks is determining which MARC field I want to use for my column, because some things can be put in more than one place. And so that, and I don't think I did something for MARC fields available to figure out which one would work better. That could be a future thing, or you could email me if you're wanting to know where things are. But these are a list of things. Some of them I have used, and some of them I have forgotten about. Until I did this presentation, I'm like, oh, I need to go there and look for editing things in MarcEdit. And there's some projects that I'm wanting to do, and I'm hoping that MarcEdit will allow me to do them easily, but I still have to research. But these are places that I have found look like they would be very helpful. So please, there's more out there than what we have or have shared today.
Yes, and if you know a cataloger, run it by them. Yeah, I ran it by Heather, and she, what are you doing with the? Actually, she works for a maritime museum, and talks like a sailor at times. So she didn't quite say it that way. She's going to be holding the cataloging SIG meeting later this afternoon. I hate to think of what she's going to say to me. Okay, any questions?
So there's somebody, Eugene Espinoza, on the YouTube chat saying that they use auto-generate arguments in MarcEdit. They say they just put the corresponding fields in the first row, and then MarcEdit uses the data in the first row to auto-generate which fields those map to. So that's just a comment. It looks like there's a question right here in the room, though.
Well, more of an additional resource. For those comfortable with the command line, my name is Rogan. I work for Equinox, and I often run into this task in migrations. And in the Equinox migration repo on GitHub, you can find a Perl program called CSV to Mark that does the same sort of task with a few advantages, including being able to automate it if you have cause to do that, as well as do some things like control subfield groupings. Say you have multiple fields, some of which you want in one 300, others you want a different 300, as well as set static ones, such as say a Koha bib type or a notation in a 9xx field about creating the record. So just another resource.
So someone else has already done my presentation. However, some people may have recoiled at command line or auto-generate like I did.
When Kelly talked about plugins the other day, she didn't mention there's also a CSV to Mark plugin, I think developed by Tomas, so it's in the Theke repo, but there's also options for that.
I really should have checked before we did this. Anyone else want to tell me that I? Okay, yeah. Christopher said just one of many ways.
Mhm.
Mine's easier. Mine's more beginner focused. You don't have. Yes. And a chicken. Okay, looks like it's lunchtime. I have one more. Oh, come on. One more thing to add. Yeah, it's a poem, but it's a very short one. 12 lines. It's a Pindaric ode. And it's something that every librarian is familiar with. It's called Ode to a Deceased Printer. Oh, laser printer, workhorse of our realm, with PCL 6 proudly at the helm, we welcomed you on your beginning day. Your printouts were a wonder to behold, with illustrations for the tales they told, two-sided printing and an extra tray. But now you do grow old and out of sorts, make origami printouts of reports, and spill out toner fine as any soot. I am afraid at last thou art kaput. Be off with you, dead printer, through the door, and dying so, sleep your sleep mode no more.
All right. Before we take off for lunch, we have one bit of business here. We have another drawing for a wonderful mug. And hello, there we go. Okay. So I'm going to have somebody draw from the bowl for me, and not you. Would you draw for us? Jeff Gable. Congratulations. All right, now he has something to drink from for lunch. All right, folks, we will be gathering back here at, looks like, well, let's see here. Our schedule's a little wonky here. It says 11:45 to 1, but our presentation doesn't start till 2. Is that right? Okay. Yeah. So if you don't want to come back and network and work on things, you have an extended lunch. So be back here at 2 at the latest, but come back at 1 if you want to work on things with folks. Okay, so there's talking about Ferber at 1. If you're interested, come back. We'll see. We'll see if it happens. All right. Enjoy your lunch. and it's on. But if you want to go to the board at all, just stop the share. You'll just stop share. There's the board and podium.
Okay.
And then come back. Just share browser.
Great.
Leave it on that until you use the board.
Okay, perfect. Hello. My name is Sam Passy from Uena County, Utah in the United States. And we are the first library to use Aspen Discovery and use it with Koha. And we're really excited about it. One of the reasons that we went to it was because Aspen Discovery features record grouping, a Ferberized view of the catalog. Many years ago, our library put into the Bugzilla a bug to do a Ferberized view within Koha, and that was our ideal many years ago. And we moved to Aspen Discovery when it became available. We love it. But all along the way, I've been asking, well, why can't Koha do Ferberized stuff better? And to give you an idea of what I'm talking about, let me just show you this screen real quick. And there's two components to this. In Aspen Discovery, it's a third party, well, it's supported by Bywater, it's open source, and PTFS Europe, and we're hoping to grow that community as well. That's a side conversation. Reach out to one of those vendors or the Slack channel and things if you're interested. But this, for our purposes, this sits atop Koha, uses API calls and a variety of other things to communicate and plugs in other resources. I want to just search for Harry Potter. And okay, this is the crux of what I'm interested in and what my system's been after. It has with Aspen Discovery, two things. We're wondering what it would take to get this kind of Ferberized grouped record view into Koha in the OPAC and also in the staff client. And for many of us who have moved to Aspen Discovery, one of the questions that people ask is, well, if you've got Aspen Discovery and it does this, why do you want Koha to have the record grouping too? And for us, the answer is it's a collection development tool if you can have record grouping in Koha directly, because then you can look very quickly and know what formats do I own this in without looking at many different records. It's just all right there. So this particular one, it's looking at a printed book. Now it's grouping different editions. It's pulling from Hoopla, from Overdrive. And so we've got the e-audio book from the different vendors and the e-book. And so my question is, what would it take to enable some kind of group ID function so that librarians and users can group records together, perhaps having some sort of universal grouped record database? I don't know how that would work. And I'm not talking about like what OCLDC does with MARC records, but some way to indicate that these, in the case of widely published works, if they have an ISBN number, if this is the ISBN number for the book and its various editions, it groups those with that title. Likewise with the audiobook, however that would work. I'm not a technical person, which is primarily why I moved to Aspen, but we'd really like to see this kind of group ID in the Koha staff client as well as the public OPAC, and think it could open up a lot of interesting things. So yeah, that's that. Gonna open to questions. So, part of this is I've been communicating with Bywater Solutions and a number of partners in Kansas and Utah about the potential of doing national IMLS grant for this type of development work. What the feedback that I've heard at this conference is the key thing that we need now are actually the developers, that we have a pretty good chance of getting funding for this, but we're in need of developers, and that's spurred a whole host of side conversations that are promising, and looking forward to seeing how that comes to be. Anyway, questions, thoughts, ideas? How it does that? So again, at my novice, not a developer knowledge, that is something that I don't know. My understanding is that they for each instance of Aspen, at least those hosted by Bywater Solutions, they have a common group ID. And so one of the questions is, could that component be basically pulled out as or cloned as a standalone service that anyone could find a group ID for? And then there would need to be an ability for a user to override that. Certainly we'd want this set of features to be something people could toggle on and off. We wouldn't want to record group things that are perhaps very nuanced differences that are, if those differences are vital to your say special library, where in my public library, we don't care if we have 20 different printings and editions of the Harry Potter book. If it's got the same words in it, that's all we care about. We care if it's an audiobook, if it's an ebook, and perhaps what supplier those come from, because they have different terms. Other questions, thoughts? Someone already have this figured out and just don't know about it? There is a bug number on this, and this has been on the Bywater Solutions crowdsource page for a number of years, since my colleague and I put it on there. Anyway, that's it. Is there anything in the chat or? And for the record, Jason at Neckles, what Eccles are you at? All right, well, Jason wants this too. So, let's make it happen for Jason. Please. Yeah. Yeah, so for anyone who's listening online, Christopher Brannon emphasized that this is definitely a killer feature of Aspen that should come and live in Koha, in my own words. He was more eloquent than that. If you're interested in, one of the hangups is figuring out how to write this stuff into a spec. But if you're interested in that, I've bounced some ideas back and forth with Bywater, but writing a spec. The other thing is I'm an administrator. I'm a library director, so I think in budgets and things and funding cycles. We're looking at grant funding, and so we're looking at what can be delivered in a given time frame, and there's a lot of moving parts and components to this. And it's quite likely that prior to really pushing too hard on this, that as a community, we've got to energize the Perl development community and using things like our code clubs and school, our liaisons with schools to encourage that. And then, you know, I think that this is all related, but I'm very, very pleased with the work that's happened to get ERM into Koha. And I think that there's some underpinnings in that work that could be potentially related to helping some of this happen, some of the piping in there. There's digital asset management components that I see that can grow out of that ERM. So this is kind of all over the place, but I guess that's how open source stuff works. But thanks for your time, everyone. I appreciate it. We'll get that put in and created, and then there will be a place to gather. And I think Jesse is yeah, Lucas and Jesse. Thank you everyone. Anything else? Great. And then, you know, if you're interested and you can, I'm frankly, I'm better at that, you know, figuring out the money side than the technology side to these kinds of things. So I'm happy to do what I can there. And if we can kind of sync up the developer community and the other bits of this. Yes, sir. So we're looking at an 18-month period from start to some level of finish. And they're rolling deadlines. So it's so we were planned on submitting last year, and then we started working on the spec a little bit and what the deliverables could look like, and realized that we needed to spend quite a bit more time doing our homework first to see what was involved, because it's easy to say, oh yeah, that'll cost $30,000. But the reality is we won't know until we know. And we won't know that until we have a very detailed look at the spec and look at the tables and what it might take to get there. And there might be some surprises along the way. It might end up being that the way Aspen does its group ID is something that can quite easily be paired out. I don't know. I don't know enough to look under the hood. Aspen is open sourced. You can look at it there's a Git repository for it. And if you are so inclined, I'm sure the Aspen developers would love people to do that. Anyway, thanks everyone.
Sam, is this yours? So this is just a open forum right now. We plan to get back on our schedule at 2 o'clock, but if anybody else has anything that they'd like to share with the group, you're certainly welcome to do so. Otherwise, we will continue with our rolling slides until 2 o'clock. Can we do that, Jason? Okay. I am going to share something in just a moment, but I need to do some testing before I actually do it. Share my screen real quick. Okay, I don't know if any of you had seen my presentation last year. I had done what I call a hack for creating a new patron and incorporating that information. If you have a 2D scanner, you can download the jQuery from the Koha jQuery library. And basically what it does is, like, if I start creating a new patron, it adds this button up here called Scan Photo ID. And at least this works in the US. I don't know anything about international licenses or anything, or photo IDs, but on the back of US photo IDs, there's barcodes. There's a standard barcode, but then there is another barcode, much more complex. I can't remember it's a PD 417, or I think, barcode on the back of that, and the 2D scanners will read that. And so I have this set up so that it'll wait for you to scan something, and if you scan the wrong thing, it's going to look at the information in there and say, oh, that doesn't look like a photo ID, try again. So I'm going to scan the right one this time, if my scanner will work. There we go. And this is looking at that data, and it's incorporating all the information from that we need from the photo ID. So it's incorporated the last name. I don't know how well that's visible up there, but it's incorporating the address and the name. And in our case, we wanted the birth date off of there as well. So that saves the CERC staff some time in entering data, and also helps to make sure that that information is entered accurately, is at least as accurate as it is on your photo ID. And then you just fill in the rest of the information that you need that wouldn't necessarily be on there, like phone numbers and emails and such. So that was just a jQuery hack that I had done. I've tested it with several states, and so far it's worked fairly well. But this year I've had a couple requests from McKinney. They were actually doing a setup with their library where they're actually hooking up a 2D scanner through an adapter to iPads. And unfortunately, all it's doing is dumping all this information into the surname field. And so at some point, I'm hoping that either they can feed back some information to me about this, or I can get my hands on an adapter and do some testing myself. But my hope is to be able to figure out what the big secret to this jQuery and how this parses out the information is determining what the line feed is. It really depends on the scanner that you're using. And as far as I know, that they're using a scanner that's well, I don't know. They may be using a scanner that's not using the same symbols for the line feed that the ones that I've tested 3 different ones, and tested with George here in Lawrence. But we're trying to determine where the hangup is. I'm thinking that because of how they've described the situation, all the information is being dumped into one field. It's not parsing the lines because it doesn't know where a line ends. Then that's the line feed character. Like I said, each scanner is a little bit different. So I do have built-in debugging information in the console. I'm not going to show it on the screen because it'll show too much of my ID information, but there's debugging information. It basically shows everything that it's reading from that PDF 417 that I can take and look and see what kind of characters are being used for those line feeds, and then add that to the jQuery so that it can parse that correctly. So hopefully we'll be able to get that to work on tablets at some point with those barcodes. So Yeah, when I put this together too, I do believe Kyle from Bywater, he had a plugin either done or in the works, but I tried that out and it didn't work necessarily for us. I don't know if it was just that it just wasn't. I think it was only putting some of the information in there, not as much information as I was grabbing from the photo ID. So I don't know if that has changed. I know that it's been updated lately, I think within the last 3 months at least. But whether or not it's changed to where they're grabbing more information, I don't know. But I just designed this one so that it would grab more information that we could put into this, because I figure the more information you can grab and put in there, the better, the less work that the circ staff have to do. So that's all I had to share, and just wanted you to know I still am actively working on it. And if I can, when I can grab that information, or if I can get a hold of tools to figure that stuff out, I will add to it to continue to make it more robust and work the way we need it across more platforms. Owen. Yeah, the code is actually on the jQuery wiki. So if you go to look for the Koha jQuery library, it is in there. And if you search for photo ID, you'll find it. In fact, I just updated this within the last month because I made a modification. We have a situation at our library where we automatically build the password, the default password for the patron. When we create an account, we automatically build that based off the last name. And so when we scan a photo ID, we were getting some accounts that weren't getting the proper passwords populated. And part of that is the mechanism that I had set up where if you are entering the person's last name and you navigate away from that field, it updates the information in the password. And because you're scanning the photo ID, you may be scanning the photo ID and then just hitting save, and that information is not getting updated. So I updated the code so that once it's done scanning and incorporates all that information in the fields, it is now leaving the focus on the last name, so that no matter what you do, if you go hit save or you navigate to another field, it's updating that password properly as well. So that was a small modification, not going to affect everybody. It just affects us to my knowledge because of our special modification with the passwords, but just one more tweak to it. But it's something that I can modify as necessary. If it's interfering with some other things, if you let me know about it, I can certainly look at it and investigate and see what we can do to adjust it towards your needs. But certainly want to be able to work on it so we can get it on other platforms. No, we actually did not do an every other Thursday video on this. I specifically didn't do it because I had done it in a koha-US presentation last year, and so that's recorded. I'm considering doing another video that's a little bit more in depth about how it works, because I don't think I went into a whole lot of detail on the code, and I could break it down a little bit more in a training video, but we haven't done that yet. Georgette? No. A 2D scanner, your typical barcode scanner from several years ago usually has just a real thin red line and reads regular barcodes, but doesn't read anything beyond that. It won't read a QR code. It won't read the PDF 417s. So a 2D barcode actually, instead of it's how it reads the barcode. Instead of reading the spaces between the bars or the width of those bars, it's actually taking looking at a picture of it. So it's looking at more than just widths and spaces and stuff. So there's a little bit more complexity to it. And people listening to me try to explain what a scanner is, they're going to be laughing at me, I know. But you can usually tell the scanners, usually they have a site like that, and they cover a much bigger area than just a single line. So, yeah. Yes, they're actually in the code. If you look at the code, I think I put it in the notes for the jQuery library, but I also put it in a statement in there what scanners I've tested with, and George helped me test as well. So I bought a couple of scanners, and I've tested with 3 on my location. Then he tested on his end, make sure things worked on his end. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't just dumb luck in our environment that it worked. So he helped me, and then I've actually used it in the field with patrons, and I've had several states that I've tested against so far. So things have gone well with it. Yeah. Anyone else? Okay, that was fun.
I don't know what y'all think, but I think that's pretty.
You guys are so good at that.
Hey, everybody. I just wanted to, Brad came through while everybody was at lunch. This is Brad Allen. He's the director of this library, Lawrence Public Library, where we all are now. And I just wanted him to come in and say hi to everybody. So here you go, Brad.
Hi, welcome everyone. It's so nice. This has been a long time in the making. I can't remember when you set this reservation. So welcome. We're really happy to host and hope you had a good time at Maselli's. I eat lunch there every Monday for Rotary. So good place. So I hope they treat you well there. Steve and his crew is really awesome, but welcome to Lawrence. And yeah, if you have time, like during breaks, feel free to look around the building. We're reopened this building in 2014. So about 8 years. The original building was built here in 1972, and then we renovated it. So you're in the 50-year-old part of the building right here. But anyway, I just wanted to say hello. Thank you all so much for coming. We also, I'm waiting for I was coming in here to look for tech for an event that I'm doing tonight at 7. If the author ever leaves LaGuardia. But anyway, we may be doing a program at 7 o'clock tonight if you're interested, with a really great author called Nabil Ayers. He's written a memoir called My Life in the Sunshine. His mother wanted to be a single parent and chose the jazz and R&B musician Roy Ayers to be the father of that kid. And so he never really met him. It was kind of a strange thing, but his life kind of growing up with his mom and becoming a musician. And he now is a recording executive, but he's doing this really great memoir. It's kind of about his life and what family means. And if you like music from the Pixies to now, you'd be pretty interested in anything he has to say. So if you have lack of anything to do tonight, although it seems like there's a million things going on, feel free to stop by. It'll be right here. It'll look just slightly different. So, but yeah. Anyway, thank you all so much for coming, and have a lovely time. I hope all is going well. Thank you.
Thanks, Brad. I can also remind everybody the Koha-US, one of the special interest groups, is going to be on Zoom and in this room in a little while. And if anybody wants to keep working on other stuff, or if you don't not interested in that, if you go down into the library, down into the basement, we also have meeting room C is open for us. So if anybody wants to keep working on stuff, there is an alternate space where there won't be something going on the screen if you want to go down there. And for all I know, there already is somebody down there. I don't know.
you're listening in, take a look at your Zoom chat real quick.
Pronounce it Gagan.
Got it. All right, we're going to start back up, and we are now in Koha-US special interest group. We're going to start off with our first group, which is circulation. And even though it's not in our program here, I apologize about that. Daniel Gagan is online. He's going to be leading the SIG group remotely. So you're welcome to join in the room. If you have a question or comment or something to add, you can come up and use the microphone. I'll leave it on. Or if you are online, feel free to participate there. We did set it so that you can unmute yourself if you are in the meeting room, in the Zoom room, excuse me, not the YouTube room, but if you are actually participating in the Zoom room, you can unmute yourself and participate just like you would with our normal meetings. So Daniel, go ahead and take it away.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming to the Circulation SIG meeting. And this meeting is pretty open forum, pretty loose. We don't, we have an agenda and we'll take a look at it, but just wanted to throw it out to you that I've been running this meeting for about, I think, 2 years now. And I was wondering if anybody else wanted to take a shot at it. I was thinking about calling
Daniel,
it.
you can share your screen at any time.
Yeah. Call it in at the end of the year, but
oh, wait a minute, we lost you. Hold on a second.
technology, isn't it great?
All right, Daniel, can you say something now?
How am I coming in?
There you go. We got you again.
All right. So I'm getting a host disabled participant screen sharing. So.
Oh, we'll get it in just a second there.
Yep.
Okay, you should be able to share now.
Cool. All right. So everybody can see my screen, right?
It's coming up.
Cool.
Just a moment. There it is. It's there.
All right. So I was just saying that I've been on this committee, I think, or this SIG group for about 2 years, and I was wondering if someone wanted to take it over. Just send me an email, or you can comment to the Koha Circ SIG email list, and we can get that ball rolling. But didn't have any new announcements to make, but I did have a couple of topics, and I was wondering if Georgetta at Liberty Lake Municipal Library was there. And
I'm here.
Okay, cool. Do you want to start with your first topic? What's the PayPal topic?
Yeah, I was wondering if, I'm sorry, just a second, I gotta go up there.
She's gonna come to the front of the room. Hold on a sec. Oh, she's sprinting. Wow.
Oh, nice.
I'm just curious if there's anybody else that's using the PayPal option. And if so, if you send your patrons to collection, how you work with the payments on that? Does it matter? How does it work? Anything like that if anybody's using it?
Well, we use PayPal through Discovery, our OPAC. We don't use it through Koha. If I'm understanding the question correctly, we just use PayPal through a payment system. We don't use it for anything other than that. Does anybody else have an answer to Georgetta's question?
I'm sorry, I had to step out of the room to answer a text from one of my kids, so I'm not sure what the question is, but we do use PayPal.
You do?
Yeah.
We need to talk. How does it work? Do you send patrons to collection or how does that?
Well, our library, my libraries I manage a consortium of 51 libraries. And when we originally started using PayPal, it was the integrated built-in PayPal system into Koha, which has since been removed and turned into a plugin. And so the plugin has a lot of advantages because with the original system, you could only input one PayPal account. And so what kind of library are you at? Is it one library? Is it multi-library?
I'm one library, but I'm part of the
Oh, you're from, okay, which library?
Liberty Lake.
Okay. I used to be a Latah County Library in
Okay,
Idaho.
yeah.
So if CIN has the PayPal plugin installed, what you can do is you can set up a separate, for Liberty Lake, you would be able to go in and set up all the PayPal credentials just for Liberty Lake. So that when a patron logs in to the OPAC and their home library is Liberty Lake, they would, any payments they make would come to the Liberty Lake PayPal account. And to set it up, you need to create the PayPal account. And then you need to get a bunch of authentication tokens from them. And you need to tie it to a bank account where the money will be deposited. There's one setting in Koha that you have to have set correctly, and it has to do, I know Andrew helped me with this, and I guess Nick isn't in the room anymore. Nick would probably know. There's a system preference that determines how many results you get in like a JSON report, a public report. And you have to make sure that that number is set high enough so that, like, you guys have what, 28 branches in CIN? That number has to be set higher than 28. Otherwise, not all of the results in the PayPal plugin will show up. So there's a little bit of setup, but once it's set up, it's pretty seamless for the patrons. They log in. If their home library is not a library that is using PayPal, they don't see the PayPal options. But if their library is, any money that they pay to PayPal will be deposited into your account. The trickier part is that then you're going to need some reports to know, you're going to need to run some reports regularly to determine what is being paid through PayPal. And in your situation, like if you've got multiple libraries, if they're paying for a lost item, like if you're a Liberty Lake and their lost item is owned by Coeur d'Alene, you're going to need to know. Yeah, that's the issue. And that's more of a report issue than an actual setup with PayPal. So do you guys have the PayPal plugin already installed?
So
Yeah.
that's why I was using it the way that.
Well, I can certainly talk to Christopher about it because I talk to him like all the goddamn time. We talk to each other every couple of weeks. So if you guys have questions about that, maybe we could even do a video about setting up the PayPal plugin. But definitely when this meeting's over, we can sit down and talk, and I can show both of you some of the configurations on my laptop over here. Daniel was about to ask a question, I think so.
Actually, I was going to say that we have a report that shows all the payments made through PayPal. So I'm willing to share that with you. You're probably going to have to configure it because it is there's some that is specific to our district, but you might find it useful. So
cool.
Thank you.
Sure. So it's Georgette. So it's George and Georgette talking about PayPal.
George
Cool.
and Georgette.
Some kismet there or something, right?
Yeah.
I think somebody had their hand raised in the chat there too, Daniel.
Okay. Let me see if I can find the chat.
It seems to be gone.
There we go. Yeah, Georgette, do you want to get to your second question?
Yeah, obviously I have a lot of questions.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah. Does anybody use the cash register option of like using a cash box, but we can't use a cash box. We have to use a cash register. So I'm wondering, is there any way that Koha can talk to a cash register? Anything like that? Does anybody do anything like that? I'm a municipal library, so I have to have an actual cash register that I can, keep track of auditing and all that.
So we don't use a cash register at PCCLD, but does anybody else?
It's broken. Yeah, I can't hear you.
We have a cash register that should be in the Smithsonian. Yeah, it's really bad. I actually called a couple of times and I had my IT guy call with me. And when they answered the phone, they actually laughed at me and said that, oh my God, I can't believe you're still using that machine. Anyway, so about 6 months ago, it stopped taking credit cards. So it's been a little bit challenging. But anyway, what we're doing is we're going to switch over to TBS point of sale system. We've actually been using TBS now for our print management, and we're very happy with it for the most part. So we're switching over, and I'm excited because it is going to integrate with Koha. So it'll be really nice to not have to 5 steps to get rid of a patron fine or a lost and damaged charge.
Yes.
So.
Okay, thank you.
So do you want to get to your third question?
Oh, I got somebody answering something here really quick.
Okay.
Yeah, we use the cash register. But I'm loud. We use the cash register option on Koha, but we print it as a report and then we compare it to our handwritten stuff. We do have an electronic register, but we don't take cards or anything. We don't have that capability. But we just compare it to our daily stuff to kind of be more of a checks and balances. But we're not able to, it's whatever's in Koha in the catalog and stuff like that. But like any donations or stuff that we have there, it's not put in there. they're separate, but we just use it to compare to make sure people are writing down what they're supposed to be writing down, and the receipts they come out say what they're supposed to say.
Right. I think for us, it's the idea of there's so many steps that if we could just do a cash register and maybe everything would balance and it wouldn't have so many gray hairs. Okay. Does anybody else have? I have one more, but there's one in front of me. I don't know if they want me to go next since I have.
No, you go for it. It was one of my questions and I just messed up the order. So,
Okay, thanks. My last question was, as I mentioned, we are a municipal library, so we tend to run things a little bit differently, and I have to follow the rules of my city, as well as other things. And so one thing that Koha frustrates me about is when you check in a lost item, it refunds the fine. And that messes up anything that goes to collection because we do have to send people to collection. Does anybody have a workaround for that? Is there anything that, won't stop or that, won't refund the lost fine? Oh, we have somebody in the room that may have an answer.
So I think that is handled, can be handled in the circulation of fine rules.
It can, but it checks.
What do you mean?
Well,
Okay.
sorry, I'll explain later.
All right. So I'm gonna pull something up. So maybe I misunderstood your question. That's why I was asking what you meant.
What I meant was when it checks it in and it refunds the fine
Right.
for the lost charge, that messes me up.
Right.
So it
So
needs to stop and not do that.
you don't want it to check in, or you
I
don't want it to
to-
refund.
I don't want it to refund.
Okay. So let me pull up. There's a box in the circ fine
Apparently,
rules.
though, I was talking to it does it for everything. I want it days, like 70 days overdue. I don't want it that far because they're already at collection. Oh, the loss, we charge for items. If they're 70 days overdue, and they could go to collect over $50. But when you check in the item, that amount of that item goes
So-
away. And I don't want that to go away because I've already sent them to collection for that amount.
Yeah, there is a system preference, and I see Daniel's pulling that up, which is a system-wide thing. So that's probably what's going
Yeah,
on with you guys.
yeah.
I was thinking in the circ fine rules, they're like below where you put in your circ fine rules, there's an option to say yes, refund or don't refund.
Right. But everything. And I need it
Well,
just to be
not
me
that part.
or,
Not that part shouldn't, because it's in the circulation and fine rule. The part that is system-wide is telling it when you want it to charge, like where you want it to charge. So
I didn't know if there was something out, somebody had a workaround, if there's anything out there, because when you check it in and it takes that fine away, if I've sent a collection for $100 and they return 4 items, still were $25, now my collection amounts don't match and you have to adjust.
I think no refund on lost returned items age. I think the issue here is that we're talking about two different issues between fines and lost fees. Because I think what we're talking about is the lost item fee, and what you're talking about is a late fee. It's a lost item fee. Okay. Well, then I'm stymied.
And that basically was just wondering, does anybody in anywhere have any type of workaround or anything? Is anybody working with collections? Thank you.
well, wouldn't you be able to on the no refund on lost returned items age? Don't refund lost fees if a lost item is checked out for, if you said like 1 day, it won't refund those fines. Have you tried that?
I don't know that we have.
Well, and I think what might be part of the issue here too is that she's asking a question about one library in a consortium of 28 libraries where they're doing something different than the other 27 libraries, which I see as probably an opportunity for a Koha enhancement to make that kind of setting a part of the individual libraries' circulation rules rather than as a global system preference that affects all libraries in the consortium.
Right, you got it.
And I think that
Yeah.
that's the issue. I think that's the underlying issue here is that the system preference affects all libraries, but what we're looking for in Georgette's situation is a single library circulation based rule change that can't be managed at a single library now because the system preference affects all libraries.
Right, because there are about 3 of us in this, the consortia that sends them to collection. The rest don't, or they handle it differently. So thank you, George. You understand Georgette speak. Yeah. Okay, I think that's all I had, Daniel. Thank you.
That's no problem. I usually have to translate stuff into Daniel anyway, so.
Yeah, he's pretty good. It takes a lot to translate it from Georgette speak. So
Yeah.
it's our name. That's what did it. Yeah. 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 So, all right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Dan.
So Rebecca had a report that says that she uses to find negative fines to remove them from their accounts. And guessing that's when you check them in. Yeah, and they're refunded. Do you have a chance to, are you able to talk about this a little bit, Rebecca?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
So we have the problem is similar to hers, is that we do work with collections, but it's been turned off during the pandemic. And what we're doing when we have lost books that are returned, they're billed the replacement cost of the item. And let's say that's $20. When they return the item, the lost item comes off the patron's account, but then the fine for it becomes a negative fine. So they're showing a credit of $20 on their account, and we don't do credits. So I have to find these once a week and go through and manually void out all of these lost items that have been returned and refunded fines or credits from patrons' accounts. So luckily our collections are turned off, but I could see how that would cause a problem if they were actively being sent negative amounts to UMS.
Okay, now I get you. Yeah, we had a similar problem when we were doing collections. People would come in and return the material, and the fine would be reduced or waived altogether. And then we had to find some way to communicate with our collections vendor to tell them that these fines were waived. And we used a report that we sent to them. Bywater set up a cron job to do it every week, but we turned it off because we haven't been using collections in a little bit, in about a year since the pandemic. But yeah, that report would probably be really, really helpful because it does create kind of a mess when people return it and they get those fines waived. So,
well, I'm happy to share if anyone needs.
Yeah, thank you.
Christopher here, just to add to that and to go back to Georgette's previous question, so we're talking about collections, and in both cases, it's hard for her to deal with, or it's hard for any of the libraries to deal with those collections when the charges have disappeared for those fringe cases. And so, trying to nail down a perfect scenario for that complicates it. It's not like we have some way in Koha to flag those collections and, prevent them from being checked in at all, or, I mean, we can prevent them from being checked in, but we can't prevent Koha from removing that charge because that's how we have our system set up. You know, it checks it in. So when you tell it to not check it in, it doesn't not remove the charge, which is really weird. It seems like if you tell it to remove that charge on check-in, but you tell it not to check things in under certain circumstances, it shouldn't do that charge as well. But it is, even though it blocks it from being checked in, it still removes the charge. And so we've had a hard time working around this particular scenario with collections. But going back to the PayPal thing, that even complicates collections more because from my understanding from our demo that we had on the PayPal, it was, you know, which PayPal was being used was determined by the patron home library. Yes. And so it's not necessarily, and that's kind of weird, particularly in PayPal, because in PayPal, it should go directly to the owner, not to the circulating library in that case. And that's a little weird. It would be nice if there was a preference to switch it to either or have some sort of rules for that. But in this case, you know, if a patron from library A borrowed a book from library B and was being charged for that book, it's going to that money is going to library A's PayPal instead of library B's. And that's complicated because depending on libraries and the municipalities or the cities or whoever, they don't like to circulate money around between them a lot. And it gets into a sticky mess when we have one library being paid and then you have to write a check or send money somehow to that other library. And it would be preferable if we had a way to just send it directly to the correct library's PayPal account.
I think some of the issues that come up with specifically with that part of the PayPal plugin is that when you're logged into the OPAC and there's that list of fines there or fees, it's really easy to determine who's logged in. But with a fine or a fee, if the fee is connected to an item, Koha should be able to figure out which library owns that item. But a lot of times those fees, there's nothing there that connects that fee to a specific library. There's nothing in the account lines that ties that fee to a library if there's no item record connected to that account line. If, you know, there's just a whole bunch of issues there with, you know, I think the mechanics of Koha, it's really easy to tell who the patron is and where their home library is, but it's a lot more complicated for Koha to figure out who owns the fine or the fee. So I think that's why it was set up that way. So once again, I think it's an opportunity for development. And the other thing about the PayPal plugin is it can be set up so that only one library, the current PayPal plugin can be installed in a Koha, and then it can be set up so that maybe you've got 28 libraries and maybe only 5 of them are using PayPal. The PayPal plugin can be set up that way. So what if the item that's owned that has the fine on it is checked out by a borrower from Liberty Lake, but where the PayPal plugin has been set up to work for that library, but the patron's home library is Coeur d'Alene, where they're not set up with the PayPal plugin. So maybe the patron comes in and they've checked out the book at Liberty Lake, but it's owned by Coeur d'Alene. And so then PayPal has to be able to know that it can't pay Coeur d'Alene for that item. And I think that introduces a whole other level of complexity. So I can see probably why maybe you didn't want to use it. The way we have it configured is that all of the PayPal money goes to one place and then we distribute it. But we're in a completely different situation than you are because you don't have a Nichols. You guys are just, there's no central office managing your consortiums. Well, there isn't there is sort of, but it, you know, for us, it's an institution that's managing the consortium on behalf of other people. And so all that money just comes to our institution, and then we pass it back to the members. And in your situation, it's a little less centralized than that. So that I think is part of the issue here.
And you know, one of the things that we were looking at going into this, PayPal wasn't as, when we last looked at PayPal, when I last looked at PayPal, I think at the time that I looked at it, it was only set up for one PayPal account at the time, and now it's set up for multiple. So when we got the demo, we found out, oh, great. Well, it does handle multiple PayPal accounts now, which is great. But yeah, you know, and we do have that option. I mean, we could have it go through a central account and have our CIN office, which we do have, parse that out, but that's a whole lot of work that they don't want. Yes, it is a pain. And, you know, then there's the added, you know, on top of all of that, there's the added, well, if something goes to collections, we don't want them to be able to pay for that via PayPal. You know, we want them to come into the library. And so there's no way to, you know, specify you can't pay for this online as opposed to the other items. And so there are a few things that still need to mature within PayPal and within Koha itself. You know, we do desperately need more of a workflow in Koha for collections, but also, you know, PayPal needs to be matured a little bit. I mean, it's come a long way, and it's fantastic. You know, if it's a single library or a library that's funneling all their money into one place where they're divvying it out, that's a great scenario, but it's still not perfect for a multi-library system where the money needs to go to the right people. Oh, George is coming back.
I just want to say that I love consortiums, but there are so many things that would be, my life would be so much simpler if I just had one library.
Yeah, thankfully I'm just in a district, so I only have 8 branches to manage. But guys, consortiums, you got my respect, man. That's a lot to manage. But if anybody's noticed, Wally put in the chat, he's got a write-off report that he runs on a cron job, and that's actually probably be really, really useful if we were still doing collections and getting to see those when they come in and develop the workflow around them. But if anybody's interested, definitely take a look at the chat and ask Wally for a report, and he probably would be willing to share it with you. So yeah, anybody else have any questions? I've all those PayPals and fines reports are very important. Mine seems a little on the kind of the low end of the importance scale. So okay, well, I'll just show you what I was talking about, and it's the red cancel X near the data selector or the date selector on the holds. It's on the items, and I've had some staff ask about it, and it was, I'll show you it, but they say they kept stabbing that instead of the cancel. They just kind of missed the cancel button and see this instead. I'm talking about this one right here. And so they cancel that, trying to cancel the hold, and I wonder why they won't do it. And then they're like, oh yeah, the hold's over here. And that's how you cancel the hold. But just wondering if anybody else had noticed that, thought that was kind of excessive or something. You probably can hide it with jQuery, but just was anybody else had any staff that was talking about it? So.
I think there are column headings. It's just, I don't think we can see them clearly on the screen. There was a question here in the room. What I was going to say is that I've noticed that myself, that the X looks a lot like it should, like you would expect it maybe to cancel. And so the two things that I've thought about doing it with some jQuery are to add a tooltip there that says clear date for the X's. And then I've also thought about writing some CSS or jQuery that would highlight the cancel button a little better, maybe make the background on the cancel button red. Make it say cancel hold is what Christopher suggests. Both of those are things that that could easily be done with jQuery and CSS. What was that? Yeah, and that's another suggestion. Liz is saying, Liz is demanding somebody file a bug. And that's what you should do, Daniel. File a bug saying that. And in the meantime, I would, write some CSS or some jQuery to say cancel hold and modify the X maybe with the tooltip that says clear date. Liz is going to come up here and yell at everybody, I think. She just says she's not going to yell, but she was yelling across the room just a second ago.
By all means, please.
So I just wanted to have a moment and talk to you about jQuery and CSS. Okay? I am. So a thing that we often find is when you put on a lot of CSS and jQuery in your library system, it comes time for upgrades and we'll do an upgrade and something will be broken in a way that isn't expected. For something like this, where you're really talking about a usability problem and you have evidence for your usability problem, which excellent, and this is awesome. You really want to file a bug and say, I feel this is a usability problem. And they'll be like, correct. That is a usability problem. I'm looking at this right now on the screen, and I'm seeing that, in fact, the cancel button is not very apparent. And it would make more sense for it to say cancel hold and even maybe be a little more prominent. This feels like a usability problem. Before you go right in CSS and putting on jQuery that might break in an upgrade, I would suggest maybe file a bug. And if you really can't stand it, then maybe consider writing for the interim. But don't be surprised if it breaks. That's all. That's my soapbox. I'm getting off now. Have a nice day.
I think there's been several instances where like, hey, why isn't that working? Oh yeah, we upgraded and it's the CSS and you got to go back and find out what's broken in that. And yeah, there's been a couple of moments where I've scratched my head about why it's not something not working. So guilty, but yeah, I'll probably submit a bug at some point and mention it to the circulation group, see if anybody else can get behind it, or if they. If there's a duplicate, maybe there is a duplicate bug. I'll look in. I haven't checked Bugzilla yet, though.
I will say, Liz, if you want more people to file bugs, take away our jQuery and CSS options.
No, please don't. Please. Please.
I'm not going to lie to you. I've thought about it.
So does anybody else have any questions? Chris, is there any way to pan to see the room, or because I just got the.
Jason is taking care of it, but I also think we have another, don't we have another camera shot in there? Okay.
Okay.
Are you seeing it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we still got about 40 minutes, and if you don't want to listen to Fred's poems, bring up a topic. Not to say I don't like his poems. I thought his last one was very good. Nice play on The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. So it's very, very creative.
Be careful, because if you're saying that the one you just heard was based on the Raven, he's done another one since then that you missed, and because you haven't heard it, he might get up and do it again.
Well, we don't need that, but if he wants to send it to me as a PDF or no, not a PDF, but some type of sound file, I'd definitely listen to it. I do enjoy his poems, so.
Fred is at the back of the room and he's looking pretty worn out. I don't think he's got the energy to come up here and read another poem.
Yeah.
Oh, he's threatening to do the central line infection poem, which I've heard before, and it's good, but be careful what you wish for, man.
Right. So what I will do is don't have any other topics, don't have any more announcements. Just if you are interested in taking over the circulation SIG, just give us a holler and we'll get the ball rolling on that. But
I think everybody in the room said 4 more years, 4 more years.
Jeez. I don't know, but we got a chat. Hey, I'll submit the ticket and mention it on the CERC. So if you aren't a part of the CERC email list, definitely get on there and we can have some conversations. But, so just a reminder that we meet the first Tuesday of every month, and I can never get the time zone thingy right, but it's 11 Mountain Standard Time, and it's, is it 1 o'clock Eastern Standard and 10 o'clock Pacific Standard. Definitely correct me if I'm wrong. I send out a weekly agenda request the week before most times, and you probably can edit the agenda. So just add topics and I'll check it. And then once we have our meeting, we'll go over them, and definitely come and ask any question you have. 10 Pacific. I said that right. But anyway, yeah, we love people, we love topics, and any topics that's slightly circulation-ish is definitely welcome. And are there any other questions? Last call. Oh, we got a plug for a bug. I'm gonna take a look at it real quick.
Yeah, Jason said Rebecca did that.
Yeah.
Yes, I would greatly appreciate any more comments or votes or CCs or anything on this bug. It would make my life a lot easier. About the dreaded claims return.
Yeah, I agree. I'll definitely comment on this. We get questions about this a lot, so.
Just to clarify for people in the room that can't read the screen, it says,
oh,
initially on there, it says it would be helpful to libraries if claims returned was moved out of the lost value. It is confusing for patrons and staff to see a claims return as a lost item. And there are times when an item needs to be marked both as lost and claims return. And combining these into one field can be a challenge.
Definitely agree. Are there any other bugs that anybody has submitted or noticed that they want to mention, plug for circulation?
Nothing here.
Okay. Well, I guess this would, we can call it a wrap, and you guys get a 15-minute extra break, and We'll see you guys at the circulation meeting, okay?
And if you stick
Or the
around, it looks like
catalog.
somebody encouraged Fred to read a poem.
All right. Oh, there he is.
Chicken's tired too. Okay. Yes, this one is called Little Annie Clabsy. With apologies to James Whitcomb Riley. There are only a couple of terms that are kind of medical jargon. Clabsy, central line associated bloodstream infections. Have something going right into your arm, gets colonized quickly, and it is something you do not want because you can die from it. TPN, total parenteral nutrition, all your foods going into the central line. Actually, this is one where I have to, it's interactive, acting with the chicken. Little Annie Clabsy came into our ward one day. To treat her cost 100 grand. Insurance wouldn't pay. Bacteria were everywhere. She came in like a flood. She dirtied up the central line. She dirtied up the blood. The patients on dialysis came down with Clabsies too. A careful blood analysis showed data we would rue. We didn't want her spreading to the hospital throughout, but the Clabsy's gonna get you if you don't wash out. Soon after, Annie Clabsy introduced her evil cousin. C. diff came in and spread infected patients by the dozen. He spread like wildfire, and he put on quite a show of diarrhea and the smell that all the nurses know. We didn't want these visitors. We knew we had to change. A Clabsy-free environment we'd happily arrange. We looked at all our practices that caused the germs to sprout, because the Clabsy went and got us because we don't wash out. We wash our hands and then we put on gloves outside the door. But gloves are not invincible. That's not what gloves are for. We put our hands into our pockets and we scratch our head and touch the dirty sheets that are upon the patient's bed. No wonder that the samples that we drew came back a yes. We didn't keep a germ-free field. The blood was clean, I guess, because gloves can get contaminated. Germs are all about. And the Clabsy's gonna get you if you don't wash out. Now we wash our hands and put on gloves and gowns as well. Replace the central lines on schedule. Do not let them dwell. Use caps infused with alcohol on all the IV ports, and bleach and ultraviolet light with lanterns made of quartz. Let's use sterile packs for TPN with gloves and wipes and more, so we can feed our patients and keep Clabsy off the floor. Eschew contamination with attention quite devout, because the Clabsy's gonna get you if you don't wash out. Now, little Annie Clabsy hasn't been here for a year, and her evil cousin C. diff is no more a thing to fear. But they could both come creeping back on some disastrous day if we don't do all that we can to keep them both at bay. Use sterile gloves and wash your hands with lots of soap and water for central lines and TPN, just like you know you oughter. Don't touch stray objects with your gloves because germs are all about, and the Clabsy's gonna get you if you don't wash out. It's supposed to be audience participation. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Fred. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, hard to follow that one up. Okay. Anything else, Daniel?
No, that's pretty much it. But definitely, if you enjoy circulation topics, come in on the first Tuesday of the month. We're definitely looking for topics and love to have you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we have got about 10 minutes here exactly to take a short break, grab any refreshments, take a restroom break, and then we will be starting up with cataloging. Just a quick note, Owen asked me to pass on to everybody in the room, if you are interested in talking about the interface redesign, you can join him down in the lower meeting room, room C, and feel free to participate in that discussion if you're not here for the cataloging. So they are down there right now. So if you want to be down there, go for it. Otherwise, hang out and we will be talking about cataloging in 9 minutes. All right, folks, we're going to get started again here. We are now in our second special interest group, cataloging SIG discussion, with the one and the only Heather Hernandez. Can you talk? Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go for it, Heather. It's all yours.
I see he got the check for, doing a good intro. I just want to point out my t-shirt today is for Fred. It's Reed Fleming, one of our favorite comics. In honor of Fred's comic book collection. And I'm going to start by mentioning just a couple of things that I noticed today, and I'm going to put the link to this in the YouTube chat. A press release about the Library of Congress launches effort to transform collections management and access. They have awarded a major contract to open source IT platform Folio. And it's also going to support BibFrame. So they are apparently going to, if I'm reading this press release correctly, they're going to move away from their Voyager system and on to Folio. So that's quite interesting to me. And also, I wanted to mention something that had come up about putting your PDFs into Koha. And there had been some discussion in email lists about, can these be, how to index these? Can Koha index into the PDF? Which, well, no, it can't. And I thought that I would put a record out there, and I'm going to put the link to this record again in the YouTube chat, of a record where we actually have a PDF uploaded to our Koha system, our Koha catalog, and it's for a maritime labor history bibliography. And we also uploaded the Microsoft Word docx file too. So it's not just PDFs that can be uploaded and attached to your bibliographic records. And one reason we did this is that the compiler of the bibliography keeps compiling. It's ongoing, and he keeps adding to it and adding to it and adding to it. So the record I created is open, and every time he sends me a new release, a new update, I simply need to upload a new file. So I thought that example might be useful for people. So I'm so glad to see so many of you here in the Zoom room. Does anybody have anything they'd like to bring to the group?
Hi, everyone. I just wondered if you guys would be interested in
seeing what we do with auto hotkeys, which is a third-party product that basically enables you to encode macros to a much greater extent than Koha does. It only works in advanced cataloging, but you know, if you're interested, I can do a little demo of what we do.
Yes, Anna. I mean, yes, Anne. Yes, please. I would love to see that.
So just let me know and I will fiddle around and see if I can do the demo for you guys.
Just a
Okay.
moment. We're going to set up the share for you.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, while you're figuring that out, I'll
Okay, you
mention
can share now.
my work laptop just died. So the importance of having my macros in Koha has become even more important to me.
Or saving your macros somewhere else.
Yes, right. Back up, back up, back up. Okay, Anne,
Back up,
do you
back up,
agree?
back up.
Yes, can you share?
I don't see a share. Hang on, I've got a share screen here. Right, okay. So, share. I think you guys want to see all this.
Got it. Good.
Yeah, very exciting. Okay, so I'm just going to open up our instance of Koha. Okay.
Just so you know, your resolution is really high, so things are really small, just so you know.
I'm sorry. Is there something that I can do about that, or is that just the way it is?
You could do a control, or are you on a PC?
Yes.
You can do a control, is it control plus? Yeah, control plus a few times. That will increase.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Size. There you go. Oh, wait, you can do a control minus to go back a little bit. That's a little big. That's better. There you go, right there.
Right. Okay. So as you can see, you are looking at the advanced cataloging module in Koha. And this will be really familiar to all of you guys that, you know, work in this all the time. And as you know, there are lots of times when you need to add the same data to bibliographic records multiple times. And it's a really cool thing to be able to do to encode macros to do that. Now, Koha has some capacity to encode macros, but it's nothing like as much as we need. And so here are a couple of examples of things. I'll just check that I've got my auto hotkeys enabled, or we'll have, yes, we do, or we'll have nothing very exciting happening. So if I want to add, which is a really typical thing that we have to do in cataloging all the time, I want to add my 336, 337, 338 block that, you know, you have to do all the time. And actually, I'm just going to go out of this because this is a real record and I don't really want to muck around with it. And find something like that. Okay, so we are a cataloging vendor. We supply bibliographic cataloging to libraries across the whole of New Zealand and in some libraries in Australia too. A lot of the time we're working from very brief records because we're the first people in the world who are cataloging this thing. So OCLC, where we can use it, is great, but often we can't. So we have a lot of records that look like this that need to be upgraded. And you can imagine that we don't particularly want to have to type every single thing in there. So what I've done is set up my macros to work so that I can just do something like Control-3, and it will put that in there, just like that. Another one that we do all the time, you're having to put in 650 fields. So I just type 650 and enter, and it's putting in the whole of the field ready for me to type. So I don't have to do the enter, type, tab business. We have lots of standard things that we need to put into bibliographic records, like a set of genre headings for New Zealand literature, things that were published in New Zealand. So I just type in NZ if, whoops, where am I? Not very helpfully, NZF, and it's going to put in that entire block for me just with one set of little commands. Now, how does all this work? So it's a little third-party product which is called Auto Hotkeys, and I'll just open that up if I can. I can't because, just one sec. Open it up here, and you can see I've got a whole lot of them set up on my desktop for different instances where I need to work. Want to edit this, you just edit it with Notepad. So you're just creating a little Notepad prompt, and I'm going to go +++ again. I'm not, because it doesn't work on this one. I'm very sorry. Can I make that bigger? View. Zoom.
You can do either the control and the scroll wheel on your mouse, or you can do the control plus or control minus to go up and down.
Right. Control +++. It's not working for that. Settings. View. Zoom.
Oh, that's right. That's not. I was thinking that was Koha or the browser.
It's not Koha. It's a third-party
yeah.
product. Yeah. View, Zoom. You're supposed to be able to use this, but it's whoa.
Oh, there you go.
We go. There we go. Okay. So what it is just a really straightforward script that uses their own little coding tools to tell you what to do. And if I go through it and we go and look for the one that we did there, which was insert all of the 33X fields in there. So my first line is a description of what is going on here. Now that has nothing to do with the code, but it means that it's really helpful for me when I need to go back and find that little piece of code again. I can search for it and know which one I'm doing. The second line tells me what the command is. So in this case, it's a little hat means control, that's its own language, and it's the 3 key, and the two little dots mean, the two colons mean use this command. And then you literally type in exactly what it is that Koha would be receiving. So it's saying send, which is the command, send inadverted in the command enter, which is what you would normally put in to put in a new line, saying send, type 336, and then tab 3 times. The go sub vertical bar is because we don't like the command that Koha uses to insert the delimiter. So we've invented our own one. We like vertical bars because we've used them before and it's a lot easier. And then send a, which is the subfield text, and then you do the whole thing over again. So it's iterating exactly what you would type into Koha. And then when you go right down to the end, it's saying return, and then it's ready. It's saying that command is finished and I'm ready to enter a new one. And as you can see, we use this for tons and tons and tons of stuff. I've got them set up to insert the copyright date with the whole field, not just the little C copyright symbol, to insert pictorial works, juvenile fiction, which is a standard subdivision string that we need to use fiction, which we use 1,000 times a day. And this is a cute little one here to insert the publisher quoted note, which I will go and do a demo of, because it doesn't just insert text at the end. This is a really horrible example, but you can see I would tidy this up if I were really doing it. But if I just type PUB for publisher and hit enter, it's not only putting publisher at the end, it's going back and putting summary and a set of colons at the beginning. So you can actually be quite clever about how you edit your text within this. It's an open source third-party product, which you can use on top of any text editing solution. And it just makes our lives an awful lot easier, to the point where I tell my staff, anytime you are entering things multiple times, you need to tell me and I will set one of these up for you. It is editable by anybody. It's a little third-party script that sits on your desktop, and you just open it up when you want to use it. You can save it in your backup storage for when your laptop dies. Or you're working, somewhere remotely on someone else's laptop or computer. But it's a really, really useful little tool that we use all the time. So happy to take questions.
So, and you do have to install that on each computer that you would catalog from?
You do. It's a really easy little installation to just download the Auto Hotkeys software on your laptop, and you can use the same script. You can share the same script around to lots and lots of people. They've all got Auto Hotkeys downloaded onto their laptop, but you can share the actual script with the commands around.
Someone was asking what was the name of the product again?
Auto Hotkeys. AutoHotkeys.
All right, we have another question. Just a second. The question was, where does Notepad++ come into it?
That's what you create the little the command list of scripts. It's just in any Notepad script, in any Notepad feature. We just happen to use ++. So
you're just using that
is
particular editor for it, and just creating that text file.
Yeah, it's just a text file. It can be in any text file product. We just happen to use Notepad because it comes bundled with Microsoft.
I think I might have found the website. I put it in the Zoom chat. If that is the correct product, then I'll put it in the YouTube chat. And then also I'm wondering, is there any place that you could share your macros, even if you just maybe copied and paste them to the Koha-US cataloging listserv?
Yeah, sure. If you send me the link, I'm happy to do that. I mean, they're very, a lot of them are very specific to us, but it's
understood. But like reports, we can understand the model. Yeah.
Yes. So it's a really great little tool, and it makes our lives a lot easier, and it saves a lot of typing wear and tear. Right. Okay. I'm stopping my sharing now, but I'm still happy to answer questions.
That was great, Anne. Thank you so much. Any more questions or comments for Anne? In the YouTube chat, David Nin says Windows only. Well, one thing we can always do is share our Koha macros on the Koha wiki, and I will look that up and put that link in the chat. And ask, does anybody else have anything they'd like to bring to the group?
Yeah, we got somebody making their way up here. Just a second.
Great.
Hey, Heather. You may know who this is. Maybe I should put a mask over my eyes so you won't see me after the way I talked about you earlier. I saw on the cataloging group recently, and I have not gone into this deeply because I was working on another project. Putting the table of contents of a journal online. And this may not work. By the way, I usually bring a lot of ideas to the cataloging group that don't work, and then they tear them apart, and then they think, okay, maybe we could do it this way. So could you just create a title field and then put, I mean, there's usually a static link to the current table of contents in a lot of journals, and just put a link to that. I don't know if you came up with that idea, but that might work, except it wouldn't be searchable.
On the other hand, if that link, like the Library of Congress's records link a lot to tables of contents online, I mean, one could argue that it's kind of more searchable if it's out there and it's DuckDuckGo searchable, Google searchable, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if OIA harvesting might be the way to go with this, if that's what you want to do. And that's something that Mark Edit does. Don't know, I don't do it, but that's the direction that I might be looking to grab this data from the website, transform it into something you can plug into your Koha instance.
Yeah, that sounds like it's got great possibilities.
And a lot of journals, at least the ones I work with, will mail you the table of contents whenever a new issue comes out. So you could do something with that as long as the journal proprietors agree with it. We do a lot of business with a major publisher that rhymes with Elsevier. They can get kind of fussy. And I think that's probably all I have to say for this meeting.
Does anybody else have anything?
I have a question.
Sure, Ashley.
So I heard rumor that a development is in the works for creating the option in Koha to make items circulate by reservation instead of just queue, like we normally do. Like the person could not just put a hold on it, but put a reservation for a specific time or day. Has anyone else heard this? Our library is super interested in it because we've had cataloging challenges for Library of Things items. I wonder if anybody else has cataloged their Library of Things. Anyway, I'm throwing it out there.
There is code in process on that kind of stuff. And the idea is for like book groups, with the idea that you can like not have your reserve activated there, but you're automatically up to the top, like sort of kind of thing.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
All right. So for book groups, in like December, you're all going to have this book and you're in a big consortium and you want to get all those books, but you want them to be available at that time. So it's kind of like a reserve in the future, but it's not like a placeholder so much. It's more of like when that happens, the librarians have the ability to slide those groups all to the top to make sure the books are there.
Oh, I see. Okay. Is anyone else cataloging Library of Things in Koha and have tips or tricks? That we've just found the collection to be have unique needs. And so we ended up going with a third-party software, but we would prefer to have everything be together. So I just thought I'd throw it out there to see if anyone else had experience, thoughts, challenges, tricks.
I do know a few of our partners that have library of things that they're doing this kind of cataloging with. The person to ask for the examples of that is Jesse Cesario.
And I would encourage people to put sample records on the Koha wiki. I will put the link in the YouTube chat for where we have our sample cataloging records. I work in a museum. I've done, like, I put a link to a record of a painting, not your typical public library of things, but it's a thing.
Thank you. That's great. Sorry, my dog was barking. Sorry. Not everyone wants to hear my puppy go crazy, I'm sure.
It's not a real Zoom meeting without a dog and or a cat.
Right? Are you wearing your pearls, Heather?
I don't have my pearls, but I do have some mother of pearl earrings.
So
I felt that the read
thought
from
your
and
pearl
capture-
clutching was so charming last year at when I attended my first conference. And I have a I don't actually have a set of pearls, but I have metaphorically clasped my pearls in honor of your
Yes, we can often clasp our pearls and take to the fainting couch and have our moment and then just carry on with what works.
all right. Well, thank you all.
There was a suggestion in the YouTube chat for the room reservation plugin might be able to work for Library of Things reservations.
So I just wanted to share a story. Hey, Heather, it's Brendan.
Yes, hi, Brendan. It's good to
How's
see
it going?
you.
Yeah, definitely. So September 19th is National Talk Like a Pirate Day. And I was working support on that day. And it was probably about 8 years ago. And Heather called up, and so I answered and talked like a pirate. It's like, hello, my matey. And Heather jumped right on it. She's like, I work at a maritime museum. Of course I'm going to talk like a pirate. It's a good, fun story. Good to see you, Heather.
Good to see you too. And why do we talk like a pirate from Treasure Island? I'll put a link to a book that explains that.
I have a quick question. Oh, I have a quick question. I don't know if it's so much, well, it's partly cataloging, might be
Everything's
circulating.
cataloging.
But we've run into an issue with our Library of Things because we have a few libraries that are doing Library of Things, and some of our Library of Things can go through our regular courier, and some of them cannot. And I'm wondering if anybody has run into that and if you've done any workarounds or solutions so that some of the things can be placed on hold and taken to other libraries or shipped to other libraries, or if some things can be placed on hold and only picked up at the holding library. I guess you could probably use some sort of item type to specify that. I don't know, but just kind of wondering what other libraries are doing.
Item type seems the obvious way to manage that.
That's exactly how we do it, is with item types. We have some item types that are local hold that we have them listed as local hold only. So they're set up so that it's one of the sets on the circulation rules page is you can specify that library. I think you can specify patron category and item type, and then whether it's you can specify whether it can be held at based on the location. So any in a consortial environment, there's one part of the drop down is anybody from any library can place it on hold so long as the pickup location matches this library, and the other one is only people that have the same home library as the item can pick it up, can place a hold on it. And the whole library, holding library must match the item library. And then the other one is anybody from anywhere can place it on hold. So that's the way we handle it exactly, as with an item type. And that's, as far as I know, that's the easiest way I can think of to handle that. Jason's way at the back of the room without a microphone, and he says that's the way we handle it too.
Does anybody have anything else they'd like to bring to the group?
Yeah, we got somebody coming up.
Great.
I wasn't going to admit that I don't know what this means, but I don't work in a public library. So the library of things, does that just mean cataloging things, or is that a term that means anything else other than just cataloging things?
We have several libraries in our consortium here in Northeast Kansas that have cake pans. We have several libraries that have big cake pan collections. We have libraries that have tools. We have libraries that have, one library just added fishing equipment, fishing poles, rods and reels. Yeah, somebody just said, what? Christopher says they have a library with a sewing machine, metal detector tools. Jessica's coming up to the microphone right now, because I know that they have some things. I know they have some dolls that are, I think they're cataloged, but I don't know if you loan them.
So we do have WPA dolls that are, we have what we believe based on research is the largest collection of WPA dolls. And they are encased in lovely little wooden cases that were made by a local carpenter. And they ring around the fiction section of our room so people can all come and see those. But we've actually done my best to photograph them, and they're on our website as well, so people can view them there. But ours are the WPA national dolls. So they are dolls representing different countries. There's also fairy tale one collections and stuff like that. But our other things, which some of them are still in process, we have a small bounce house. We have cake pans. We have crowd control barriers with the tape that pulls out, and we got them in Charger blue just so they match our local team. We have wooden ladders. We have like the centerfold tables and benches. People can borrow those from us as well. And actually, I checked them out under my account and took them to our homecoming game to use for the junior class, was doing a fundraiser. We also have a 10 by 12 canopy and a 10 by 10 canopy that people can use. So no cars. I would love, hint over to George. I would love if we could get some kind of a bookmobile thing to be able to take books to our local nursing homes and stuff, because we have a few little accounts with them, but it's really hard for their reps to come to us. And we don't really have a way to pull things over unless we use our personal vehicles. But even if we could get like a little golf cart that we enclosed or something like that, would be really awesome. And yes, George added our Horton Public Library website to the chat. So, and there are some bugs on my website. I'm having issues getting things to move around. So.
That's so terrific. Thank you.
Yeah, so our Library of Things, we're in Jackson County, Oregon, so Pacific Northwest, and our most popular things are camping equipment. We have a ton of different kind of sporting type stuff. As was mentioned, the sewing machines are quite popular. We have a line of ukuleles, guitars, piano, a drum kit, things like that for people to learn. Those have been very popular. And some cooking equipment. We did like an air fryer, a dehydrator, a sous vide, all these kinds of things. And people really like those as well. So we've had a really fun time with it. It's grown so much that we're actually pulling, we started with board games, a lot of board games, and those are gonna get actually pulled out of the library things because it's so large, and we're gonna just create a regular collection in Koha for them. But yeah, we ended up going with a third-party software that we're hoping we can get to integrate with Aspen, like do an API connection. So at least it would be within the catalog, like more searchable, more visible within the catalog instead of a separate one. But you know, there's challenges with all this stuff. The good news is that it was really pretty, like it's laid out with photo, like a photo catalog kind of feel, but it's not integrated. So anyway, hopefully, maybe we'll do a enhancement and get it out there for everybody, because we're pretty passionate about this library of things movement. So
to bring this back. To bring this back to cataloging, the way that, when I got here, this is the first place I had ever worked where there were libraries that had cake pans, but it completely makes sense that how often do you need a Harry Potter cake pan? How often do you need a Christmas wreath cake pan or a choo-choo train cake pan? Ninja Turtles, these are things that maybe for a lot of people would buy and maybe use once or twice. So it makes perfect sense to have them in the library where you can, when you have a 3-year-old, you borrow the Harry Potter cake pan and then it goes out and it gets borrowed by a bunch of other people. But to bring it all back to cataloging, we just created we have a basic framework for those that is a MARC framework that we put in it. We give them a title and we give them a very basic description. And then we use an item type. I think there is an item type that we have called cooking equipment, I think is what it's called now. And they don't go through our courier system. They're an item type that's restricted so that people have to pick them up at the library that owns the items. But the cataloging is just really simple, and it's just we've just used a framework in Koha to create a very basic record for them. So, and one of our other libraries, our library in Richmond, Kansas, has Halloween masks. They have a collection of about 50 or 60 Halloween masks. They're in the same basic framework. I think that we have it an item type called clothing and costumes. And the librarian there takes a picture of everyone and uploads an image for each bibliographic record, and then they're all in a list. So you can go and find the Richmond Halloween list, and they're all available quickly and easy to find that way. So
I love the idea of using the list feature.
And for those of you who do check out baking pans and other cookery types, I assume that they have to be returned clean, but are you taking any other steps to make sure they really are clean, like disinfecting them, or it's the hospital librarian coming out?
Dude, no joke.
The bed pans are disposable.
Non-returnable loan. So yeah, that's something we definitely had to think about, making sure we assume that most people are going to be considerate, and just like when we used to have VHS, be kind, rewind, return it as you got it. The hardest issue, I'm that old. Yes, I'm not as young as I appear. The hardest issue is actually getting barcodes on these things, because obviously when you're going to wash something or you put it in an oven, the barcode is not gonna stay. I actually got us little polyurethane luggage tags, bought them by the 100-pack, and make little index cards with the barcode and like a picture of the item so they don't confuse our item with one of their items at home. And then, you know, it's just a little removable one. So we do our best to kind of do that, or a little pencil bag case if it's something that can't be attached in any way, like the baking pans. They don't have the little holes in them, or most of them don't, around the rim. So it's something that we just set in it. But yeah, we for the most part try to ask people, like, you know, you have to clean this, right?
So we actually did two things. We did a library of things user agreement that everyone has to sign, and then we just created a patron. It's not a sort field. It's a, you know, you can configure
Attribute.
Thank you. A patron attribute that says that they've signed their agreement. So we don't have to keep them all on file. And then we also have a $20 cleaning charge. And we find that just the threat of the $20 cleaning charge will get people to return the item clean. And if they don't, then we charge them and say, you have the opportunity to bring it back clean, and they will do that. So for the most part, it hasn't been a problem.
So for one of our libraries that I am fortunate in the fact that I don't work at any of these libraries that I manage Koha for. So I'm not the person that has to worry about the cake pans coming back clean. But, you know, a lot of this stuff, like Jessica said, it is hard to put a barcode on them. One of our biggest collections of cake pans is at the Overbrook Library. And they use those hanging bags like you would do AV kits in, and each one goes in a hanging bag. And I believe that the patrons are expected to clean them, but I also think, I know at one of our other libraries, the Mary Cotton Library in Sabetha, I believe that they have a dishwasher in their kitchen, and that when cake pans are returned, they get put through the dishwasher. I don't know about Overbrook, but I'm sure that they probably have something similar, that they expect the patrons to clean them, but they also have a backup system to make sure that they're sanitized before they go out. And I wouldn't be surprised if they instruct patrons to make sure they're clean before they use them. So, I'm looking right now to try and find the list for the Richmond Halloween Mass, so I can put a link in the chat to the OPAC list we have for our Halloween Mass collection at the Richmond Public Library.
In the chat, we have a comment from Wally that everything that they have classified as a kit is circulated in a case, a Tupperware bin, something like that. I love the idea of a Tupperware bin too.
Heather, I have a question for you. So our library is part of a consortium of 13 libraries. We've been on Koha for about 7 years. And when we started with Koha, we just left the authorities set so that they are created every time we add an item record. It's just willy-nilly authority records everywhere. And I just don't even know where to go to begin to clean that up. Because I just looked for hiking, and there's 7 authority records just for hiking on one type of subject. And it's a lot.
Yeah, authority cleanup is a topic that we're always happy to talk about because no one solution works for everyone. My library, I started it when we implemented Koha, and we decided to do everything in-house. So I have many reports. A lot of libraries go with a vendor and have the vendor do as much cleanup as they can and return the cleaned database, the matching authority records, and then the things that they were not able to deal with that your human staff will deal with. Yeah, I think it depends a lot on your staffing and your
Right.
funding.
Yeah, and I don't think so. All of our libraries, I don't think any of us have a dedicated cataloger in our libraries. Ours is the largest in the consortium. And we have a team, but nobody who's very rigid cataloging. It's kind of open. Our library uses OCLC and we download records from them, but the other libraries in the consortium don't pay for it and don't use it. So there's a little, you know, it's kind of a, do we want to pay for cleaning up everybody else's records too? So yeah, I guess that's a good thought though, is to see if we could have them, you know, taken care of and then brought back to us. That's a good solution. We can look into it.
I know a
that
lot
I
of
would sorry, the thing that I would recommend is turning off your auto creation of authorities now, so you're not making the problem worse.
Sure, that makes sense. Yeah. I might have to bring that to the next meeting next month and see if we can do that, because I'm sure we've got plenty of records now. We don't really need to be making more.
Yeah, and the auto creation of authorities is just a very, very basic authority record. There's no cross references. It's just a string. So it's not really adding a lot of value to your catalog.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for the argument that no authorities are often better than incomplete authorities, because those incomplete authorities lack the references, they lack what authorities are supposed to be doing that function. In a lot of libraries in your situation or in a similar situation I know of, they can arrange an ongoing contract to have an authority vendor do this on a periodic basis, and it works quite well for them. So a sample of the reports I have, I got a report from the wiki where I can put anything I want, you know, I can keyword search and it pulls up for me all the bibs hyperlinked that is using that text string. And I use that for updating specific bibliographic records for when I need a human, because we have a lot of local terms, or there are terms that have split into multiple terms. So it's not a one-to-one correlation. There has to be a human decision. So that's really good for that human interface. If you decide to do some cleanup, and also if you decide to work with a vendor, you're going to have the ones that they couldn't match and they couldn't deal with. MarcEdit is going to be friendly too. And at times when I worked with situations that had other libraries, if you're in the same catalog, sure, you don't want to be paying to do another library's work, but on the other hand, is it going to be better for your library overall?
Right, exactly. And we tend to be the authority on most of them. We're often overwriting their records and stuff. So it would be probably fine for us to do that. That gives me some things to think about. Thank you.
Of course. And, you know, we're always happy to chat about where you are in the process. And then also for more considered and detailed responses, I encourage people to go to the main Koha email list. I know that there's not a lot of cataloging discussion there, but you know, there can be, and I know I read it, and I know a lot of catalogers do read it. And we do have a Koha-US cataloging group, but that's a much smaller universe of catalogers. And And authority control is something that I think, you know, it's not limited to Mark or Mark 21 or the US. The international global perspective is most helpful. Well, we've got about 15 more minutes. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to bring today? Sure, we have in the chat, the Zoom chat. Please get up and ask verbally. Also in the Zoom chat was kind of a long comment that I couldn't get into the YouTube chat saying, Wally says they use the materials list to confirm that the bin has all the contents for the kit. Like we have American Girl dolls and their outfits, etc. And we list and picture all of the contents and the materials line pops up for the staff to check before the item is officially checked in. Yes, I believe in the 952. I think that's a subfield 3 in the item record.
So my question was just about the last cataloging meeting I attended. I ended up mentioning Mark Edit, and a bunch of people asked if we could do a video on Mark Edit, and I just want to know if anybody watched that, if it was good. There's somebody else here that participated in that video, so he mostly watched because he doesn't use Mark Edit, but was that good? Do you guys want any more on Mark Edit, or is there anything else we can help you with there, or that I can't? Because obviously Christopher doesn't use it, so he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Do we need a guest? Do you use Mark Edit, Heather? Do you want to be a guest on one of our videos?
I am a Mark Edit newbie and dilettante, but I'm always happy to use it and play around, and that would be totally fun. Your video is great, and yes, I would love to learn and do more. I don't currently have a functioning laptop with Mark Edit right now, but I will soon, I hope.
Well, that was just my question, just to follow up from, I think that might have been 2 months ago at a meeting, or it might have been last month. I really don't remember anything from before yesterday because of the conference. So.
And a comment in the Zoom chat, yes, please, from someone who hasn't used Koha yet, so doesn't know what they need to know, but they do batch updates all the time in the current ILS. Yeah. There are the bibliographic batch processing in Koha has strengths and weaknesses, and Anne uses it a lot and has it can be amazingly powerful and operates in a very different way. And I'm a complete newbie with that one. And then Mark Edit does a lot of other different things.
We use both. We use both the internal Koha tools for batch updating and Mark Edit, because there's definitely some stuff that Mark Edit does that Koha does not do or doesn't do at the moment. So if you want to edit anything to do with indicators, for example, Koha is not your friend, but Mark Edit does that really well. And Mark Edit has some sophistication in it that Koha does not have. So if I want to, for example, remove trailing spaces from every field, you know how you're entering data and you put the full stop and then you've got 3 spaces after it. Some of our customers really dislike this. It upsets their internal processes. I can write a one-line script in Mark Edit to strip that off every single mark field, but I can't do that in Koha. I'd have to specify that in every single type of mark field, and I'd much rather do it once.
So I just want to build off of George's comment. We do a lot of videos on campus and things that I'm familiar with, and I know a lot of the regulations and a lot of just like that. We know a lot of the background stuff, but I don't know a lot of cataloging. And George, brought the mark edit topic to our videos. But if there are other hacks that you know of, or things, workflows, things that you've learned that you would like to see videos on, you can certainly bring them to our attention and even join in, because I know nothing about cataloging other than how to make a record very loosely. So we would love to have more ideas that encompass other aspects of Koha than just what we tinker around with.
In the Zoom chat, we have a great comment that says, Christopher only knows how to make the kinds of records that would give Heather a heart attack. Oh, I can show you a record.
That was George.
Catalogers
Thank
can
you.
teach anybody to catalog.
Well, I know that I, for one, am going to start making a note of my batch record editing desires, because these could be some really good examples for some of these training videos then on the batch record modifier, mark edit, that sort of thing.
Absolutely. And the Koha functionality is really good for most of what you need to do. So for example, a couple of days ago, we use a special mark field, a 938, to mean something internal for our operation. And that was fine, and it works really well. But I did a report on it to see how it was being used, and I got some anomalous results and went and investigated and found that one of our catalogers had been happily importing records from an external source that was using 938 for a completely different purpose. Which was upsetting all my statistical data. And I was able to write a nice little report on Koha to identify all of these records, a nice little SQL report. Oh, I feel so happy that I can do this now. And pull up the records with the batch of bib record numbers and just feed that into the mark modification process with a little script in the templates to saying strip out this data that we don't want, and it works beautifully. So, it is, for most of what you need to do, it works really well.
That's great. I always kind of wish too that there was some sort of like an animation of confetti when it works so great.
When you hit run on that SQL report and it actually runs and doesn't give you an error message, that's when you want the confetti.
Yes, indeed. And I'm going to take an opportunity to give a plug for adding reports to the Koha Wiki and also to Mana, because I get a lot there. Well, we have a few more minutes if anybody has anything else. Oh, Wally in the Zoom chat says Lucas did some confetti for him for something. Oh, that's something I want to see.
I think that's probably a bug that needs to be added to Bugzilla, so that when your report runs, you get little,
Yes.
Can I ask about labels?
Please.
So what is everybody doing for spine labels when you print? We've been on Koha for, this is our second year, and we came from Polaris. and have yet to really determine a great way of printing labels when we're cataloging. Currently, I have a little Dymo printer and I'm just like typing in my own call number and hitting print at the same time. So I'm not actually having the plugin or anything work. But other libraries that we work with do other things, and it just seems like nobody's doing anything consistently that works. So I'm just wondering, what are y'all doing?
I used to
I can
have a
tell you
little
that our
wonderful
library.
Zebra. Oh, I was just going to say quickly, I had a wonderful little package of Zebra software, but an upgrade at work worked it. And so I just started using Koha's label functionality for barcodes and spine labels for some things. I'm going to experiment with the plugin. I would encourage people to search the main Koha list archives, because people often mention their model of label printer and what they do. But it's just something I'm really interested in too. Christopher?
Yeah, our library, this much I know because I had to work on it extensively to get it to work for them. But we use the regular label option in Koha to create the labels, and we are printing them on a little desktop laser printer on Avery sheets. So we're not using the plugin, but we are using Avery sheets. We managed to work out the spacing and everything, and we print out the bigger barcodes, the batch barcodes on that. So we basically export to a PDF and then print the PDF on the sheet. But as far as, you know, we have a Dymo label maker as well, and we do some of our, like, if we're doing hubs for discs, we do that right in the Dymo program itself. But we do have, you know, little square labels that we print for the occasional just single spine labels. We use a little quick label creator, and I tweaked it a little bit so that it didn't, you know, need so many clicks to get through it, and it would go back and ask for the next one. But we're using the quick one to print to the little 1-inch squares instantly. So we'll scan it and it'll just print it right out. So we do a combination.
I'm going to say really quickly, great topic to take to the Koha list. Great topic also to keep bringing to our cataloging meetings, and we'd be happy to get into more nitty gritty. We have a quick question before we end in the YouTube chat. Does anyone use automatic item modifications by age?
Yeah, George is coming up for that one.
I do, so I'm not sure what kind of, I've already forgotten the name of who posted that in YouTube, just in the time it took me to walk up here. I'm not sure what kind of specific questions that they might have, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Just you can email George at nekls.org, nekls.org, with specific questions about item modifications by age.
Great, thank you, George. And then maybe also that could turn into a terrific video.
Yeah, we'll try to make it terrific. So yeah, we need to wrap up here. So Heather, go ahead and close up, and we're going to get into our next SIG meeting in just a moment. But thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you, everyone. I hope to see you at our next cataloging special interest group, October 6th. Yeah, it's a little too early for Anne, that's for sure. I love having special ones at a different time of day. So maybe we'll just do that every so often to capture different audiences, because we always have so much to talk about. Thank you, everyone, and have a great day. Thanks for coming.
All right, just a little past 4 here, and we're going to jump into our acquisitions SIG. This Special interest group is going to be led by Rhonda Kuiper from Round Rock Public Library. She's been leading the SIG for quite a while now, and she's actually here in person. And we'll leave the Zoom up here so you can see questions and.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Super. Okay, okay, sounds good. Okay, and I'll tend to answer them. Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Acquisition SIG. This is a really great group of people that get together once a month. We meet on the third Tuesday of the month at 11 o'clock Central Time. So you can figure out what that means for you. And our next meeting will be October 18, which is the third Tuesday of October. So what we do is I will send out a topic a little bit ahead of time, like a day or so, for people to think about, anything about purchase suggestions or processing, or not processing, but purchasing around the end of the year. That seems to be a very hot topic. Different, I'm in a library in Texas. We don't have to deal with sales tax, but the California libraries do. So there often is questions about how to account for the taxes in acquisitions, different things like that. How do people do electronic resources, which we had a presentation about earlier. So just a lot of different things that can be associated with acquisitions. And I don't know how many people here in the room are actually do acquisitions or online. But if you have a topic that you're interested in, I didn't send anything out as a specific topic beforehand for this one. But if you have something that you're curious about, just put it in the chat, or if you're in the room, just ask the question. What I was going to do for kind of a time filler was talk about a couple of bugs that the acquisition group has brainstormed together to try and get some not new, but enhancements to acquisitions into Koha. So the first one that we really spent some time with is how to track modifications to a budget or a fund. We all have lived through the last 2 years, and I know our city removed some money from our budget halfway through 2020, and we needed to account for that. Right now, the only thing that happens, well, as of last release, the only thing that would happen is nothing. You would just go in and change the amount, and there was no tracking of that. There was nothing. You did not know. So what we would do was put a note in there saying, oh, we just, subtracted $20,000 or whatever it was from this account on this date. Now with, I think it was 2111, I think. There is actually, oh shoot, now I forgot the word, logging. There we go. Logging of changes to acquisitions. So you can turn on the logging for acquisitions, and it will let you can then run a report or, look at that, and you can see, oh, on this date, we made a change to whatever, to, whichever fund or budget or whatever that you changed. So that's the first step. We were told when we submitted, we
being the eternal optimists that we are, we submitted this huge suggestion for, update with, a UI and all this kind of stuff that, would make it, perfect. And it was suggested that we break it up into 3 separate bugs. So the first one has been handled. We've got the tracking of the information. So now the next part is bug 25916, which is to create kind of a UI that will allow people to easily modify, using a user interface instead of just going into the field and changing the amount. It will have a user interface that a lot of time, not always, but a lot of times what happens, especially toward the end of the year for our funds, is we start shifting money around. And, we didn't spend all the DVD money this year because, hey, there's just nothing to spend it on. And we moved that over to the children's books or whatever. So we're suggesting that there be kind of a drop down that says, I want to add to it. I want to subtract from this thing, or I want to transfer to another fund, and with the case of the pandemic money, the money just disappeared. It didn't get transferred someplace else. So we wanted to have all those different options. So bug 25916 is the bug that will address that. And if that sounds interesting to you, as we learned this morning, get in there, comment, vote for it, copy, put your name on the CC list, and get some enthusiasm out there for that. Super. Okay. All right. So the link is right there in the chat. You can just click on it. Super easy. Go there. It'll be great. So then that would be fantastic. But then we thought, ooh, wouldn't it be really, really cool if we had a display of the history of the changes for that particular function. So you could go to the, I'm going to get these mixed up, but the fund page and see the history of, oh, on this date, we added this much. On this date, we subtracted this much, that kind of thing. So the final phase, if you will, of that bug is 25918. So if that sounds interesting to you, all right, also, okay, super. Also in Zoom, you can comment on that. What is included in that bug is an attachment, a Word document that shows kind of a really rough schematic of what the user interface, what we're suggesting the user interface looks like. So if you have comments about that, it's rough. Yeah, I use Word and it's rough. But yeah, comment on that, look at that. Though this particular activity, if you will, of changing the amounts of funds during the year is something we heard from special libraries, from public libraries, from academic libraries. Some cases it's, an academic library that gets a grant a grant for a particular subject, like, oh, this, or a gift, a donation from someone, an alum in the science department, and he wants the library to buy a whole bunch of books about science or whatever, so that field gets updated. So this is something that impacts all types of libraries, which is what the acquisition SIG really liked about it. This was something that everybody could benefit from. So those are 2 bugs that we'd really like. Now, the other thing is, if we get enough people interested in it and you have some money you want to spend on it, we can make this move a little faster You know, we can present this to a development group or a support vendor and get a quote and see how much they think it would cost. And we could actually try to get it through, you know, we could use koha-US. We could submit these bugs to koha-US as a possible development for them to use. Or if your libraries have money, we can get this moving through. Because I'm not sure everybody knows, but acquisitions is maybe, well, I don't know about the acquisitions module, but it's one of the newer modules, you know, thinking 6-7 years old, something like that. And like the EDI stuff in acquisitions is maybe 6 years old. So there's still a lot of function there that can be added to help move that along. Any questions about that? Anybody in the room here think that's a really good idea? Yeah. Hey, yeah. No, generally I've gotten very positive comments about that idea. Any questions or comments so far? Oh, okay. All right.
I don't have any.
Okay, that's fair. Then I'm going to move on to the next one. A bug that I submitted hours ago is related to end of year processing. For us lucky libraries who have their fiscal year go from October 1 to September 30th. And the publication world thinks October, the first part of October is the perfect time to put out all the new pubs with the really popular authors. That is not a great combination because what we do, and I know lots of Texas libraries are in the same situation, we hold off ordering the new stuff that's not going to come in until after October 1st until October 1st. We order it then because our cities won't allow us to purchase things that aren't received by the end of the year. It's got to be in the building before we can pay for it. So we can't order it and have it on a invoice or anything like that. So we don't want to muddy up our budgets for this year with things that aren't going to come in till next year. So we wait. So, and the other gotcha is it's use it or lose it. You know, if you don't spend everything in your budget, then the city just sucks it back up again. And it's gone. You just don't get it. It doesn't roll over. So we want to spend every last penny. I've managed to get the electronic stuff down to $30 left in that budget. I'm pretty proud of myself. That's my all-time high, you know. Okay, yeah, so we can't do that. Yeah. Okay, so some vendors will work with, you've got an academic library. Okay, so the vendors will work with them to kind of create, you know, allow them to pay for something in this year that won't actually come in till next year in order to spend this year's budget. Is that correct? Okay, so you're a small part of a larger budget thing. Okay, yeah. So what the problem with us is the city won't let us pay for it if it's coming out next year. You know, if it's going to be, if we're not going to have it physically until next year, we can't pay for it until next year. Bug, I'm trying to read my own writing here. 31606 is, oh, okay. I was like, how'd you read my mind? 31606 is an enhancement request to make this whole end of year processing a little bit easier on libraries. So we do EDI processing. I've been picking Barbara's brain because they do not do EDI processing. So we want to come up with something that works for both types of libraries. You know, we've got vendors that, you know, Amazon, of course, we don't do EDI processing with, but, you know, we've got Ingram and Midwest Tape and Findaway and stuff that we do EDI processing. So we want to have something that will be effective for everybody. So what I did is I kind of wrote up a short blurb in the description when I created the bug, but then I attached again a Word document that goes into more depth, you know, kind of explaining some of the constraints that we're under, and things that I've tried in the past and Barbara has tried in the past that just haven't worked for various reasons, and then kind of suggested what would be ideal. I talked with Nick and he's like, and he mentioned this the other day, he's like, he was going to come up with a solution. He's like, no, you come up with the solution, because then you know that it will work for you guys. So that's what I did with Barbara's help. But this is my first, you know, this is what I think. So what I need you guys to do then is to go in and look at that bug, look what I wrote up, and then poke holes in it. Because the more input that we get, the more ideas, the more different, every library is so different, the more feedback that we get to create something that's really robust, the better off we're going to be, and the more beneficial it'll be to everybody. So I encourage you to look at that and see what kinds of things you can think of that I didn't think of, or whoever. So there's that. Questions about that? Okay. Those are the two. So the reason I'm talking about the end of year processing is because this topic comes up 2 or 3 times a year in the acquisition SIG. You know, what do you guys do with the end of the year processing? How do you handle, you know, the switch over between the years and getting it charged to the right thing? That's a question that comes up. Well, it comes up in May, June, because some libraries, the end of their fiscal years, the end of June. It comes up in August, September, because there's some libraries that have the end of years September, and then it comes up in October, November, or November, December, because some people follow the calendar year. So it's a topic that comes up a lot. Other things that we have talked about, and of course, I didn't write this one down because I wasn't going to forget it. And now I've forgotten it. So purchase suggestions. The question comes up, and I don't remember the bug for this one, but I know there's one out there. Connecting the purchase suggestion to the purchase of the item and then putting a hold on the item once it's been purchased, or once it's been ordered. That is a function that has been requested a lot of times, that people bring up in the acquisition SIG. And it's one of those things, you know, patrons will come up to me is like, hey, you know, if I put the suggestion in, I should be the first person to check out the book, you know, and we're like, yeah, you know, that would be great, but we, you know, we have so many purchase suggestions that we don't have the manpower to go in and follow that up. This one, I think this one has been assigned, and they will be starting work on this one, but I just kind of wanted to make people aware that this is an option that is in the not too distant future. 27595. What status is it in? No. Okay. I was talking to Nick earlier and he was asking me questions about it. So that's good. Okay. Okay. That is all I had to talk about. Just encouraging it, you know, if you yourself are not the acquisitions person in your library, definitely encourage whoever is the acquisitions person to join us on third Tuesday of the month. The more people we can get involved, the more good ideas we can come up with. And yeah, how many people here in this room actually do acquisitions? Okay. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. Some libraries don't even use the acquisition module, which I don't understand. Sorry. I'm going to come and enlighten them. Okay. Sounds fair. Yeah. Yeah, it's a great tool to have. And the EDI process, when we migrated, or when we were looking for ILSs to migrate to, the acquisition person I had at that time told me that she would quit if we didn't have EDI in the new ILS. She's just like, I will quit. You know, I was like, okay. That means that's really important. So yeah, we made sure we got an ILS with EDI in it. Yes. You want? Okay. Okay. I feel your pain. Yeah.
Yeah, if I had my watch, I would be able to do that. So two things. One, the whole thing that we were just talking about, we had them put something in the purchase suggestion thing where when the patron fills out the thing, it tells me that they want the book left for a hold, because some people just like making suggestions and don't care about getting the book, but that doesn't do the fulfillment of the thing that you're talking about, which I'm very interested in. So I put my name on the book. The second thing I have I'm trying to understand is the EDI piece, because our school is unique in that we have a central receiving office and a separate central receiving module where we place our orders through our books that has something like, for instance, Amazon has a thing called Punch Out, which brings the information from that central receiving system to the vendor and back again, so that the central receiving person can place the order, and that's affiliated with our accounting office. I'm not sure if an EDI would work with our situation because of that centralized system that's in the middle. It sounds like the EDI thing would be for somebody who's making their own direct purchases directly without an intermediary. Is that correct?
I have not talked with anybody who uses EDI in a situation like you do. The people that I have talked to, it's like, it would be a consortium, like there might be a central processing area or, central tech services area for a whole bunch of libraries. They will use the EDI, if they're ordering for all the libraries, they will use it. That sounds like it's maybe a little different from what you have. Yeah, I'm not sure that would work. Yeah. If not, yeah. Yeah, no, it makes life so much easier. Yes. Okay. George points out that you can use acquisitions without EDI, which is what Bedford does. They do not use EDI, but they do use the acquisitions. So it's a great way to track spending, because, we've got we've got the cities tracking or, their budget stuff, but this, what's in Koha is so helpful because the city doesn't know about what we've ordered. They just know what we've spent. And so with Koha, we can see what we've ordered and spent to know exactly how much we've got left in our different budgets. So it's just a little more refined. Plus with the city, we have one, I don't know, line item for children's books, and then when we go into Koha, we take that money and we break it down into young adult books and junior books and picture books and, that kind of stuff so that we can more granularly look at where we're spending stuff, which is very helpful. And the collection developers love it because, we can kind of break it up by which collection developer, whose money for each collection developer. And then they have a little more sense of, they're not spending their money and their neighbor's money. They can just spend their stuff. So it's very, very helpful in keeping track of what is spent. Barbara. Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to bring up bug 27817. It's called Enhanced Display of Title Information Throughout Acquisitions. And usually in acquisitions, the only title information you're getting is from the 245A. And for us, it would be really great if we could see the 245B subfield. So this one has been worked on and it has been pushed to master, and it will be in 2211. It is 27817. So that'll give you a little bit more helpful information. It may not make as much difference for people that are doing EDI, but for non-EDI, we're going through and finding the title and then receiving it. And so identifying the correct items, yeah. This is just a little extra information to help with that.
Yeah, because in the case of graphic novels and whatever, they all have the same name, and you order 4 of them at the same time, and you're just like, I don't know. Yeah. So, any other thoughts? Okay, I'm ready.
Really loud. So someone mentioned something the other day about modifying some values in Koha so that they had other places to put, I think, was it you? Other places to put, if certain things were assigned to certain people in the purchase suggestions. Can you show anything about that? Because I'd love to see a little bit more about that.
I can go to a demo site and do it. Can I do it here? Okay. Okay. Got it. Browser, got it. All right. Okay. I'm going to use the koha-US demo site for this. Oh, this browser? Okay. Oh, yeah. All right. Share. Oh, I was forgetting. And then share. Okay. All right. So here we are. This is the koha-US homepage. Actually, this is the footer of the pages. And down here, you can see we've got the Koha demonstration site. So what I'm going to do is go to the staff interface, and then I have my information to get in here. And if I type it right, it will be a, ooh, okay. I usually type it wrong at least once. Let's do never. Okay, so what I was talking about with the, let's see, yeah, does it show up here? No. All right. Oh, okay. All right, so we've got these purchase suggestions here, and we have this one tab up here for pending. If I would go in and accept one of these or reject one of these, then I would get another tab called accepted and rejected. And I think there's ordered and checked. That's the other one. So what we did, and it was through one of these acquisitions meetings that somebody suggested this, and I was like, yes. So if you go into administration, no, I always do this wrong. Yes, okay. I always argue with myself between between tools and administration. Never know. Okay, so oops. Okay, so down here, yeah. So under suggest status, or yeah, we can that must not be the right one, because we do have it. Is that the right one? You can't change. Okay. All right. So what, so what I did here was add authorized value for suggest status. And what I did was I put in the names of the collection developers for the different sections of our collection. So I'm just gonna, just so I put in the authorized value of Rhonda, and the description is Rhonda, and I save it. So we've got Rhonda, and we will do one more. Since Christopher asked, we will put in here. Oops, I can't have one lowercase letter. Okay. All All right, and I will save that, and that will get the point across anyway. So then we go back to our suggestions. And what we have is a person assigned to monitor this thing, to monitor the pending stuff. So, yeah, okay. George even put one in here too. I'll just send that. Yeah. Okay. So, I look at this and I think, oh, that's definitely one for Christopher. So I'm going to check it. And then if I come down here and select the status, you can see that there's now a Christopher and a Rhonda status down here, along with, you know, everybody out, you know, the standard pending, accepted, rejected, like that. So if I select Christopher, and we just leave the reason alone at this point, because I don't know what's going to happen to it. And then I submit this. And now I have one status unknown. Does it take a while to? Ooh, Christopher might be too long. Oh, okay. That. All right. Oh. Yeah, okay. I could do. Yeah, because I know I do that on our system. And we have a Christopher, but I think we just put Chris in there for, oh, that's not what I wanted. All right, I'm just gonna, since I'm here, I am going to shorten this. Oh, in the thing, because it's broke. Okay. Well, yeah, that's right. All right, I'm going to go back to suggestions. And, you know, you don't learn anything unless you make mistakes. Okay, so I'm going to click on this. I'm going to choose this. I'm going to submit it. There we go. So now, as a purchase collection developer, when I have, you know, my time set aside to look at purchase suggestions, all I need to do is come in here, look. Christopher could come in here and say, I don't have any right now. I'm on to the next thing. I come here, I've got one. Okay, let me handle that. I don't have to look through this pending list. I don't have to do what we were doing before. Was the person who was in charge of monitoring this would put the collection developer's initials after the in the notes field for the thing, and then you'd have to scroll through and find your initials in amongst all of the other text that was there, which was kind of harrowing. But this makes it real simple.
So my other question, again, I don't know this module all that well. My other question is, if things are put into someone's tab, can they get notified of that?
At this point, no. They have to go in and check it periodically. Oh.
Hi, I just wanted to know, do the patrons see your name there in the status in the OPAC? Yeah. I wonder if you put in your authorized value and description OPAC, like in verification or something like that. Maybe they won't see your name.
Yeah, that's
so just in case they see your name. And I checked in the database, the status is limited to 10 characters. So it was exactly that. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I think you can be emailed, but I think it's an all or nothing thing. Because I remember something about, about being able to get an email about the suggestions, but when we realized it would be like everybody getting it, and this is so long ago, but it might be something to look into to see what the parameters are and whether, how that emailing works.
Okay, yeah, so it's not about exactly this, the sending to the person, but if anybody wants to use this kind of workflow, but not for people, but for other statuses, you can create a notice in the notices with the same name, with the same code as the status, and it will send the email to the patron. Yeah, so I have one library who does that.
All right. Shall we try this? Gotta experiment. All right. So we'll go back to administration and authorized values, and just gonna do all. And just to show, what this does, because what we're going to do is true for any authorized value. Whatever you set in the OPAC description is what shows up there. So I'm going to edit this. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. So this, all right, that sounds really good. All right. I like this. See? It's what. All right. And it doesn't matter, in this particular case, we would rather, they all say, we'll see our names, but yeah, that would be fun. Yeah, that's right. He's going to start working on the development for me. I got. Oh, okay. Okay. So then we go to the, oh, no, we don't go to the OPAC. We go to the patron. Yeah, George did the thing. All right, so. Oh, okay. You can. That's like magic. You're powerful. Mm. Oh. Okay, so here's one that Barbara put in. And oh, no, that did not work. Try again. There. And we will do Christopher and submit. All right, that worked. All right, 10 letters, authorized values.
So one of the one of the comments in the YouTube chat is, why couldn't you just use the managed by, change the managed by settings on the individual request, change who the manager is, and then you would have the whole list and you'd be able to sort it by the managers.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's what Bedford does. So you want to describe that a little bit or not really? Yeah, that's what I like about it. It's super simple. And yeah, if we can hide the name. Yeah, we get 15 purchase suggestions a day. You know, it's just, and then yes, we use the system preference of limiting the number of purchase suggestions, we say 3, to a rolling 30 days. And this, okay. Staff evaluation. That's great. Okay. That was always kind of a, you know, awkward thing, but I will update that before I leave today. Yep. Oh. Unknown. Yep. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I forget. I was talking to somebody and they were like, there's always more ways to do stuff in Koha than just one. Well, here's an example. You know, you figure out what works best for your organization and you run with that one. And you come to Koha conferences to learn what your options are. So there you go. All right. All right. Wrap it up. Okay. Yeah. So this is end of day 3. And tomorrow we are back at 8:30 with another recorded presentation and then 2 live presentations after that, I think. Yeah, I think you're go.
Well, actually, can I talk for just a moment?
Sure.
Since there is a program here tonight at Lawrence Public Library in this room, the officers, if they could stick around and help us get all of the food and the coffee maker and all that stuff into the kitchen. We don't need to clear away any tables or anything, but we need to get our stuff into the kitchen. They're not going to be using the kitchen for the program tonight. And I think it wouldn't hurt if we took the banners down and stuck them in there too. We did these with the command hooks. I think we can probably get away with leaving up the command hooks. And if Lawrence Public doesn't like them, they can just tear them down. And I've got a whole bucket full of them, so we can just put up more tomorrow. So, Christopher.
All right. So yeah, we have our video at 8:30 just to clarify, and then we have the rest of our stuff starting at 9, and we will close early tomorrow. We wrap up at 3. So congratulations, day 3 down, 1 to go.